Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं।
ये बेच में आया Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Idi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders.
For ourselves.
For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Convene the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors into session and invite Dina to conduct the roll call.
Supervisor McGordy?
Here.
Supervisor Mulherin?
Here.
Supervisor Hashchak?
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Here.
And Supervisor Williams?
Here.
Okay, let's do the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Next is on our agenda is public expression. Members of the public are invited to submit online telecomment forms and provide comment. Do we have any comments on consent or non-agenda items or closed session items? And I do want to just note that when we get to consent, we might be pulling a few items for discussion in the afternoon. We have some speakers lined up in the morning for some agendized items. We may have some consent calendar items for further discussion later in the afternoon. So do we have any public comments?
We do. First on the line is Carrie Shattuck, followed by Ron Edwards and 2 voicemails.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Carrie Shattuck. I'd like to start by saying that this county is suffering. People are looking for leadership in these unprecedented times, and you are offering them none. You sit behind your screen on a Zoom meeting while the people you represent are silenced and left without leadership. Why did you become a supervisor in the first place? I'd like the board to know that my email was hacked, as well as others in the community, and letters were sent to the board back in September. I have requested Mo to help me numerous times with getting all the letters. They were all identical in content with different headers and footers so that I could notify people that they had been hacked. I was able to reach one of them because their letter was posted in the agenda, which alarmed me because this was the exact letter that my email was hacked with. This is extremely frustrating as it shows that Mo does not care about what is happening to the community. I talked to the clerk of the board about tracking down the letters, but since they were sent to individual emails, etc., it would make it difficult for them to find them. People's lives are being disrupted. They're losing their jobs. They're leaving this county and this state in droves. What are you doing in your positions to convince them to stay? There is no public forum for people to gather for these meetings, to communicate with you. We're being silenced, we're being shut off, our comments are turned off. I keep hearing from the clerk of the board and everyone that no, we're not silenced. Yes, we are. I know a bunch of people that comment on the meetings and they're taken down. These comments are not left up there because it's something that you guys don't want to hear. And that is just wrong, okay? These are crazy times in America as well as around the world. And you guys are not stepping up. You are hiding behind your screen as how people in the community are looking at it. We are not being represented. And that is just really sad that you guys took an oath of office to stand up, to follow the Constitution, which is not being followed by us being silenced and kept out of our public meetings. So shame on you guys. You really need to step up. You need to have a public forum. You need to stop listening to Public Health and Corin and getting your little letters written up for him and the CEO that back you up on keeping these meetings closed. This is wrong. And if you guys don't know that, then you need to resign as a supervisor and let someone else come in that is willing to go out in the community and talk to people and hear what they have to say and to listen to them. You know, it's really just sad. So thank you for listening, and I hope that you guys change your mind and get these meetings open. Thank you very much.
Next on the line is Ron Edwards.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I would just like to request, if it's possible, that we have regularly scheduled cannabis updates so that they can be put on the agenda a little quicker so we'd have more time to respond to some of those items. And as we go forward, I hope that the board will continue to improve this Zoom access, which has made it really much easier to participate, to be able to not have to drive into the chambers, to be able to track a variety of issues. It's not a perfect system, but I hope that going forward, you can work on a system to where people can access the meeting at any time, as opposed to having to send in an email ahead of time. As I have mentioned before, it is nice to monitor an issue. And if you have a question, if you could just make it a little easier, like some other agencies do with the raising the hand. As far as the consent items, I'm not sure exactly what's going to be pulled, but I guess I will stay tuned for that. Thank you very much.
Next, we have a voicemail.
Good morning. My name is Corinne Powell. I am a medicinal cannabis cultivator near Ukiah, and I am addressing public comment for issues not included in today's agenda, which is December the 7th, 2021. My concern remains that the local jurisdiction assistance grant program has remained relatively non-transparent. There are deadlines looming. There are very few opportunities for cultivators renewing licenses at both the local and state level in the near future. To know exactly how to plan and or what is and is not going to be included in the county this grant. I'm also very concerned that the majority of funds remain in the pool going directly to the cultivators trying to attain annual licenses. It seems that a huge percentage is being earmarked for county administrative issues and not the end users as intended by the state. So I would like someone in the county, perhaps the Cannabis Program Director, to put out an update on how this grant program is going to be administered, the guidelines for application, and the criteria for available funds. There is a pond item later in the agenda, and I will address that directly by that agenda item number. Thank you for your consideration.
And one last voicemail.
Hi, this is Naomi Wagner, and I'm calling about item 7A this time. It relates to the report on air quality and the pellet plant. I'd like the supervisors to be aware that there's just been a huge increase in the amount of pellets being produced there over the years, and if they could find out how much production has increased, and also how much water that is required for the scrubbers to scrub, and how well they are doing with that in a time that everybody else has been in drought. Please get answers to those questions before you approve this report. Thank you.
That concludes public expression.
Okay, I want to announce that the agenda was posted with 2 additional items that were added to the agenda after the initial agenda was posted. That's items 8A and 8B. 8A will be considered part of the consent calendar, and 8B will be a regular conduct of business item. Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Dirty. Just a question for Naomi Wagner. I don't see a 7A that she referred to. So what is the agenda item that she was talking about?
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. That was a voicemail that we received. There is no item 7A, which is why we put it on the public expression. We don't believe that there's an item for that today.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Supervisor Williams.
We poll 4X for separate consideration.
Thank you. The 2 items that I wanted to discuss in the afternoon, because I think they could take a little bit of time, and I don't want to disrupt the flow in the morning, is 4X and also 4F. I think both of them deserve some discussion and also have an opportunity to hear from affected county departments. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, the item 4X references MRHCP, but it's not attached. I've asked the clerk, and I know she's asked PG&E, but if we don't have that document, I'm wondering if perhaps it would be better to send 4X to the ad hoc responsible for PG&E power line clearing and bring it back with more detail.
Well, that would reduce the length of time we discuss it today. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Dirty. I'd like to poll item 8A, and I appreciate you polling 4F.
So let's discuss 8A, 4X, and 4F in the afternoon. And some of these may be referred to committees, but let's just discuss them in the afternoon. With that, do we have any other comments on the consent calendar? Would someone like to make a motion for the balance of the consent calendar?
I'll move approval.
Second.
we've got a motion and a second for the balance of the consent calendar. Can we have a roll call?
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. So just for the record, we did have one person sign up on a consent item other than the three that were pulled. They are not currently on the line, and that was Janet Polly for 4AC. Can you please repeat the motion and second?
The motion was to approve all the items on the consent calendar except for 8A, 8B, 4F, and 4X.
And there was a second from Williams, but I don't know if I spoke over Mo.
It was a tie.
Okay, the second is Supervisor Moore.
Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashchak,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulherin,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
and Supervisor Drudy.
Yes. Okay, and we'll address the consent calendar, the balance of it this afternoon. Item 5A, which is discussion and possible adoption of urgency ordinance establishing requirements and procedures for removal of fire debris, hazard, etc. This is being a result of the Hopkins fire. This is being brought forward by Executive Office and County Council.
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. We are in need of this ordinance to move forward with the debris removal on the private properties for the Hopkins fire. I believe we are bringing in Travis Kilmore as well as Matt Kagrowski from County Council. So I'll turn this over to Matt, I believe.
Deputy County Council Matthew Kadraowski. Good morning, board. So very briefly, earlier this year, the Hopkins fire burned hundreds of acres and destroyed multiple residences and other structures. And fire debris has been found to contain hazardous substances and poses a present and future hazard of public health, safety, and the environment. In addition, trees burned by a fire present a significant danger to the health, safety, and welfare of the public by creating additional fuel for future fires, posing a hazard to firefighters, first responders, and workers clearing fire debris, as well as the public. As has been done following other recent fires, the county has prepared an urgency ordinance that acknowledges the state debris removal program and creates an alternative program to be operated by the county for those not eligible for or who opt out of the state program. The ordinance was drafted with the assistance of Cal OES. The alternative program will be operated by the Director of Environmental Health or any person as designated by the CEO. Ordinance templates provided by Cal OES have been streamlined over the last several years, and this ordinance generally provides for the director to prepare the procedures and requirements of the alternative or the county program. Following the adoption of the ordinance, building permits for the demolition, repair, or reconstruction of a structure damaged by the fire will not be issued until fire debris and hazard tree cleanup is completed, either through the state or alternative program. The ordinance also includes enforcement and abatement procedures similar to previous ordinances. It is an urgency ordinance and contains the findings to support the urgency. A vote of 4/5 is required to approve the ordinance. Adoption of the ordinance is exempt from CEQA for the reasons provided in the ordinance, and I believe staff from the Executive Office is also available for questions.
Matt, just for clarification, so this ordinance, I believe, would be very similar to previous ordinances the board's adopted after other fires. Is that true?
Deputy County Council, that's correct. I think it is actually a little more streamlined than they were in the past. 2017's ordinance had a lot more detail in there, and I think Cal OES, in developing their templates over the last several years, is looking to more of a model as this, where really the procedures and requirements will be developed by staff and authorized by the ordinance.
Great, thanks. Supervisor Williams.
Move the recommended action.
I will second it. I just do have a clarification question. So would Travis Kilmer be involved in administering this?
So Deputy County Council Matthew Kadraowski, I will let Mr. Kilmer speak as well. I believe that, yes, there'll be kind of a cohort of people from various departments working on this ordinance from both all disaster recovery, environmental health, and planning and building. But I believe Travis is available as well.
Travis Kilmer, Prevention, Recovery, Resiliency, and Mitigation. Yes, I'm available and willing to do as much administration as this board and CEO Angelo would like me to do. We're still discussing some of our alternative program procedures internally, but I'm definitely available to work on this to the extent that the board would like me to.
Well, it seems that you've been involved since the beginning, and for continuity purposes, it seems like it would be logical to have you represent us as we move forward on this program.
Thank you. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I have some questions about if this is going to cover all of the issues that we've been seeing with the Hopkins fire, especially in regards to some of the private hauling that's not under the state jurisdiction. And so, I think there's been some gaps in our ordinances, especially with the hauling of the soil and then afterwards the testing to make sure that the soil is completely clear of contaminants. And so I guess my question is for either Mr. Kudrowski or Mr. Kilmer, if this urgency ordinance is sufficient for dealing with all the situations we're seeing.
So Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, as a starting point, I think the ordinance is very broad in terms of what it does discuss. It calls out the state program, and its program has all of its requirements, and then just very generally it calls for the local program to be adopted and with its own procedures and requirements. So I think the level of detail and breadth of that program is allowed for to cover the things you're discussing in terms of what the ordinance allows. And I would defer to Travis Kilmer for any further discussion of what we're considering for the alternative program.
Travis Kilmer, PRRM here. Yes, I think that as we are still kind of working on our alternative program, we need to look at some of those concerns that you've brought up, Supervisor Hashek, and I think we can address them within the design of our alternative program. We could look to, another ordinance in the future that would govern these fire cleanups more generally and put in place some rules and some mechanisms for, enforcement of those rules. We're still very much discussing this. We had a meeting yesterday with environmental health, planning and building, and PERM staff. And so those discussions are basically ongoing, but we can incorporate things into an alternative program that would address some of those concerns.
All right, so the feeling is that this alternative program will deal with the Hopkins fire, but going forward, we should work on an ordinance that is would cover the future disasters.
Yes, I think that would be a wise course of action, just so that we don't run into some of these problems in the future when we if we have more fires, which we more than likely will.
Okay, so thank you very much for that. I see that there is a motion on the table, and I'd like to add to it that we need an ad hoc committee or someone to work on creating this ongoing ordinance, because these issues are not going to go away. They're going to be with us. So I would like to add that to the motion.
The first is happy to accept it. Can you restate it?
The board needs to set up an ad hoc to work on this ongoing ordinance, which would deal with some of the issues of private hauling, cleanup, and soil testing afterwards. And I'm sure that Travis Kilmer would know more, and environmental health would know some of the other issues we're dealing with.
So I support that. I wonder if we could go with the recommended action and just note it for the record that an intention to create an ad hoc when 2 supervisors are ready.
You're muted.
Just to poll the board, are there 2 board members who know enough about the subject that they would be interested in serving on ad hoc at this time, or we would like to agendize this at a later meeting?
I can work with them. have enough understanding of environmental pollution, I think, from toxic substances, including heavy metals, which I believe is the main concern.
Well, I don't have the expertise, but I know that it's an issue, and I know that the board needs to create this ordinance. So I'm willing to work on it.
Okay, so why don't we just approve the action as recommended, and then following that, before we go to the next item, we'll create an ad hoc committee of supervisors, McGorty and Hashak, to work with staff on this issue.
That would be fine.
Okay, do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
No, we do not.
Can we have a roll call?
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. I just want to clarify, are we forming an ad hoc today, or are we just noting an intention to form an ad hoc at a later date?
The motion is the recommended action, and after the vote, I believe the chair can appoint an ad hoc.
Supervisor Mulherin,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak.
Yes, but we haven't had public comment yet, I don't think.
Sorry, I did ask for public comment. Apparently there is none on this item.
Oh, okay, thank you.
And Chair Jurdy.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and then by order of the chair, create an ad hoc committee of supervisors McGorty and Hashak to work with county staff to develop a refined ordinance dealing with removal of fire debris and bring that back to the board. Okay, right. Well, then that brings us to item 6A, which is discussion and possible action, including presentation of results of an energy audit of county-owned facilities and recommended energy efficiency projects and programs for consideration. And this is being brought forward by General Services and myself as a follow-up to the board's previous actions to reduce the county's carbon footprint of county operations and facilities. I want to bring in Janelle Rao from General Services into the meeting, along with Dan Mazzotti and others.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director. We're here, as Chair Jurdy mentioned, to present to you the results of an energy audit on the county's owned facilities, as well as some recommended energy efficiency projects for board consideration. Along with me, I have Dan Mazzotti, our GSA Facilities and Fleet Division Manager, Doug Anderson, our Assistant Facilities and Fleet Manager, and then we have representatives from the company that performed the audit for us, Carolyn Keisner, Eddie Sladek, and I do also believe that a representative from Sonoma Clean Power will be joining us, Jeff Cyphers. And with that, I'll just give a quick introduction and then turn it over to Supervisor Jurdy to make some comments. And then we'll go ahead and we'll turn it over to Carolyn, who will go through the slide deck presentation that's attached to this item for board consideration. So as mentioned in the agenda item and summary, we've been working since about the beginning of spring on various measures to assess our county facilities. Energy is one of them. You know, what is the state of their energy, efficiencies? We've also been, as noted in many meetings, talking through space utilization, facility, an assessment of their condition, our ADA compliance. We're doing a parks needs assessment. So we're really, really actively embarking upon creating planning tools for your board so that you have the information in front of you to help make decisions regarding space, regarding building acquisition, really to lead into an updated 5-year capital improvement plan. And that planning tool will have all of these various measures that I just mentioned as more like appendices that feed into it. What we're hoping to have for your board is the information that will help you make those decisions rather than really reacting a lot of times to what comes before you. With this particular endeavor, we partnered with Wildan, who they're on here, and they'll give a little bit more information about who they are, on conducting an assessment of our county facilities as noted. And basically it was an audit to just take a look at various parts of it, or any potential retrofits or efficiencies that could be achieved through, whether it be a capitalized project, improving our HVAC systems, anything of an energy related nature that would also meet the board's goal of reducing our carbon footprint. As this board may be aware, in August, you adopted a resolution really giving us as staff direction to take every measure we can to reduce the county's carbon footprint where possible. I would like to mention that facilities and fleet in the entire General Services Agency, as operational practices, that's an approach we've taken, since I've actually been involved with General Services and our internal support. But most recently, at any time that we're looking at HVAC systems and are able to plan it rather than to react in an emergency capacity, we look at those that we can have less carbon emissions where possible. We've been upgrading our electrical panels when possible. Any type of alternative energy solutions that we can where appropriate. I did mention the newest facility that we've completed, which is the Crisis Residential Treatment Facility on Orchard. That does include a grid-fed solar panel system. So those are just some of the activities to keep you apprised of what we do as a practice. In addition to this audit, we've also been working with other partners that the county engages with in business on an energy perspective, such as Sonoma Clean Power. And attached to this, and a recommendation for your board, is to change the county's current Clean Start service through Sonoma Clean Power to the Evergreen service, which is 100% clean energy. There's information attached to that, as well as some fiscal details just for the board to consider, in converting to some of these more energy efficient programs and services. There may or may not be an increased cost associated with that. So that's part of what we're going through when we're conducting these processes and projects, is making sure we have a good fiscal overview of that. Also referenced in the agenda summary, and I don't want to spend too much time on this, but staff's also spending a great deal of time, probably over the last 6 months, in working on your vehicle replacement program. The board has given us direction to come up with a program. We did present a few details of this during the first quarter budget, and we anticipate coming in sometime after the first of the year with an updated potential vehicle program that does include electric vehicle options. And going through this energy audit, which was realized, and I'll turn this over to Supervisor Gearty to talk more about this, what we've realized is that the county's largest carbon consumption or ability to reduce our carbon footprint is likely with our fleet. We have close to 400 vehicles in our fleet right now. And that's just, passenger and or four-wheel drive or SUVs. That doesn't include heavy equipment or some of the larger vehicles. But that's just an overview. We're going to be presenting you information. And then from there, we're looking for any input, direction, or potential future next steps. So with that, I'll turn it over to Supervisor Judy. Thank you.
Thank you, Janelle. I want to thank Janelle Rao, Dan Bizzani, and Doug Anderson for all the time that they've been putting into so many different fronts of trying to look at ways to plan ahead for the county's facilities and fleet. If you look at the arc of the county government after the 2008, 2009 crash, the county was really in sort of a triage mode for several years, and this is the kind of long-term planning that the board wants to see and is wanting to invest in. So I just think that we're on the cusp of doing some great things that I think none of us might have even thought possible even 5 years ago. With joining Sonoma Clean Power just a few years ago, we cut in half our carbon emissions right off the bat, just switching from PG to Sonoma Clean Power for facilities supplied by them. And since then, they've cleaned up their fueling sources even more since then, and of course offer the clean the Evergreen program, which is 100% renewable power generated within Mendocino and Sonoma counties. So when you look at the fact that we have the opportunity with Sonoma Clean Power, and then the city of Ukiah is about to launch, Supervisor Mulhern and I heard recently at a meeting with the city of Ukiah that they're about to launch a similar program for city of Ukiah customers, where of course the majority of the county's buildings are located. We will have the opportunity to essentially have essentially a zero carbon footprint from our electrical grid supplying county buildings. And then at that point, what we're looking at is about 4/5 of our carbon footprint will come from the fleet. And so that's where the next presentation in January or February, focusing on the fleet, is kind of the first snapshot at next steps on that front. But then I want to go to Willdan. They were a company that PG&E, through a public utilities program, has hired for providing free energy audits of government buildings in Mendocino County. And so they have concluded a level 1 or level 2, they can explain it, audit of our county buildings, and with a series of recommendations for ways that are decisions for the board to make about which buildings can we afford to make retrofits, and again, knowing that about 4/5 of our carbon emissions is going to be coming from our fleet. But we have in there a number of recommendations, including some pilot projects. For example, the city of the county libraries in Willits and Fort Bragg, where the board set aside $500,000 for resiliency during power outages. They're looking at the board's direction, a combination of solar panels plus battery backup at those high-profile facilities. So I think with that, maybe we could turn it over to Willdan, and they have a brief PowerPoint to take us to the next stage.
Carolyn, you're muted. Perhaps while Carolyn is trying to work through the audio aspects, it shows you're unmuted, but we have no audio. We can talk through the Sonoma Clean Power side of this and the conversion to Evergreen. I'm not sure if the board has any questions, but we do have Jeff Cyphers here. If through the chair, if you would like to just perhaps move to him while Carolyn, maybe if you exit and re-enter, that might be something to consider. And then if perhaps if Jeff, if you had any comments you wanted to make, and or if the board had any questions about the Evergreen program.
Yeah, we'll let Jeff just sort of introduce himself. The board's met him before, but and the Evergreen program.
Super. Well, thank you for having me here today. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So, you know, Sonoma Clean Power has been the default electricity provider for Mendocino, except for the city of Ukiah, over the past 4 years. And we've made some really good progress in decarbonizing our portfolio, as Chair Jurdy has alluded. And let's see, I had a little feedback there, so hopefully that takes care of that. And one of the updates, in addition to Evergreen, that is related is we also just recently opened the Advanced Energy Center in downtown Santa Rosa, where all the customers of Sonoma Clean Power in Mendocino County can look at and try all electric appliances, get 0% financing, get referrals to contractors and so forth to use that clean energy in their own homes. And so as the county contemplates Evergreen, recall also that each customer makes their own decision, whether you're a homeowner or a business as well, about your power sources, and can elect make that same decision. We ran some numbers for Mendocino County recently, and the cost of going from our default supply to 100% renewable energy 24 hours a day is about 10.5% on total charges on electricity. And so we certainly encourage you to make that investment. But one of the things I'm proud of with Evergreen is that it's not just 100% renewable. You can get that claim by just producing a lot of solar power, and that's one of the least expensive ways of doing it. But then, of course, the power that we use at night, and you talked about vehicle electrification, and a lot of cars are charging in evenings or at nighttime, would be drawn from other power sources besides renewables. And so what Evergreen does is it pairs up geothermal power with solar, and we're adding battery storage to it as well to meet power needs all the time. And so that'll give a little bit of a snapshot about what Evergreen's about. And as noted, all those power sources are in Mendocino and Sonoma County. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor McGordy.
So just to reiterate, 10.5% would be about the increase of us to go to Evergreen?
That's our calculation based on the last year of billing. And so that assumes next year's energy use is about the same. Yes.
And just thinking about the volatility of the petrochemical industry, do you track pretty much if they go up, does our Evergreen costs go up, or how does that work?
There's some impact, but it's definitely damped because we're not relying on natural gas for the Evergreen supply, and that's really the driving fossil fuel in California that drives electric prices is natural gas. California's mostly gotten rid of coal power, but there's a lot of natural gas left. There is some impact still because the fossil fuel industry and natural gas power is still 40 to 50% of the energy mix of many suppliers. And that means that if you're producing wind or solar, you sometimes are competing against a market price that natural gas is having an influence over, but it's less certainly than if we were using natural gas power. So you'll see smaller swings in energy prices in a product like Evergreen than you would in a traditional supplier.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think our board is generally voting in favor of trying to reduce our carbon footprint, so this is something we should seriously consider. Is there another time, Treasurer, where we'll actually take a vote on this, or what's the?
Well, the thought was because we did say that we were wanting to go to Sonoma Clean Power's Evergreen with our carbon reduction resolution, that we were thinking that today's presentation would provide the final board direction to just proceed. It's really just a matter of giving direction to staff at this point.
Okay.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I'd just like to make sure that we know what that 10.5% increase to our energy consumption would be to our budget.
I believe Janelle Rao can answer that, but my understanding is that it equates about $30,000 a year. And Janelle, can you clarify whether that is general fund or if that's spread among general fund and non-general fund departments?
It's Janelle Rao, General Services Agency through the chair. It is a split between general fund and non-general fund. I think it's about 75% general fund based on our calculations. And these were just rough estimates. As you know, our utility usage has been fairly volatile since COVID. So we've been studying this. We went back a few years to just determine, could we take a snapshot? And the snapshot basically is we're looking at I believe, a small increase. When I say $30,000, the county's total utility consumption fiscally is approximately 1.5 million, and that's give or take. And typically we see and plan for a 3 to 5% increase annually in our utility line items. As noted in this board's item, I did mention that our utility line item this fiscal year was somewhat underfunded because of the volatility of utilities. We started with a number that we felt we would look at and gear towards, but maybe coming to your board at mid-year or third quarter with an update and perhaps a need to adjust, if necessary, that particular line item in the facilities budget. The utilities are budgeted in multiple locations as well. Facilities, which is budget unit 1610, but then our departments such as social services also have utilities budgeted and they pay directly. So I think a high estimate is $30,000. We will be monitoring and work with Sonoma Clean Power and Jeff's team as we implement this and monitor our utilities. As Chair Jardy mentioned, we're really gearing up in general services to get back to a lot of these efforts for long-term planning. Utility consumption and tracking is one of them that really requires some attention on our end. Stakeholder agencies such as Sonoma Clean Power and the City of Ukiah. So with that, I know $30,000 is $30,000, but in considering the larger picture, I think with the effort to reduce our carbon footprint reduction, you can look at your return on an investment as being fairly beneficial for the county.
I guess my follow-up question is, if we're spending 1.5 million on our utilities, and it's going to be a 10.5% increase, that would be, 150,000.
It's not every county building will be able to participate in Sonoma Clean Power's program. And Jeff can speak to that a little bit more because the City of Ukiah, for example, is a utility provider. So when we ran these calculations, it was really those in the unincorporated areas of the county that are only able to participate in Sonoma Clean Power. As mentioned in the staff report, we are also talking with the City of Ukiah, who is also working towards a cleaner energy program, and we'll be coming in with more information. So yes, in totality, and I should have clarified that, I apologize, didn't want to create any more confusion, but in totality, yes, we have a large utility line item, but those buildings and the numbers that we estimated were only those that would be subjected to or participate in the Sonoma Clean Power Evergreen program.
Okay, thank you. I think it's a great program.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions on the Evergreen program at this time? Well, Jeff, hope you stick around because we have a second agenda item after this that obviously is related to Sonoma Clean Power. Okay, Carolyn, do you have audio now?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, you are very quiet though.
Quiet, huh?
It's louder now when you're closer to the camera.
Closer to the camera. Okay. My apologies for those technical difficulties, and I do want to thank Supervisor Jardy and Ms. Rao for that wonderful introduction. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. A moment. Please let me know if you can see. All right. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, well, good morning, members of the board, staff. Thank you so much for having us this morning. My name is Carolyn Kiesner. I am the Senior Project Director for Wildan, and I'm joined here by my colleague Eddie Sladek. My background is in mechanical engineering. I'm a certified energy manager, and Eddie is our licensed mechanical engineer and also certified energy manager. And so this morning, what we're really here to do is to talk about and give you an overview of what we've been working on with the county, share a little bit about Wildan, and then really jump into what we're calling our preliminary energy and facility study. We plan to take hopefully 10-15 minutes tops to present and then leave the rest of the time for questions for everybody. Okay. All right, so a little bit of background of how we've been working with the county. So Wildan is actually the program administrator for PG&E's government and K-12 incentive program. We call it our GK-12 program. It is a ratepayer funded program that is paid for by actually a line item on everybody's utility bill. When PG&E and the program initially went with staff, this was many months ago, we recognized there were many needs beyond the program incentives of the GK-12 program, which is why the team really engaged myself and Eddie to really look at all the different opportunities for the county to reduce their energy and carbon footprint. So in terms of Wildan as a whole, We are an energy engineering and financial consultant. We really feel that we are leading the way for the clean energy transition with our utility programs, also as policy advisors and as a turnkey general contractor. A little bit about our background and who we've worked with. I just want to make sure that these pop up. There we go. So we've worked with several different counties and cities throughout the state of California. We know the public sector pretty well. We are actually headquartered in Anaheim, and we have several offices throughout the state. Closest to the county would be our office in Redding, Roseville, and San Francisco. And in terms of our approach is we really feel that we take an energy master planning approach and really help our customers look at things long-term and make the best decisions for long-term solutions. We also have a financial solutions team that really can help our customers identify funding streams such as grants, low interest financing, and many other things that we will actually bring up later on in the presentation. So that's a little bit about us. And just now want to jump into what we've done to date and the preliminary study itself. So we've been working with the county since June of this year. And we had that initial PG&E meeting. We had 2 days of site walks where Mr. Mazzanti and Supervisor Jardy joined us for those 2 days of site walks. And we've worked with staff to analyze your bills for PG&E and a couple of Ukiah sites. And then also I've identified several different scopes and then preliminary savings and cost estimates. And just a special shout out and thank you to the staff that's helped us. They know your facilities so well. And we really could not have done this without the help of Mr. Mazzanti and Mr. Anderson and Ms. Rao. So in terms of the goals, so through this process of completing the study, we've really identified 3 major goals that helped guide our efforts. We know goal number 1, becoming a regional leader of climate action. We know the county has very progressive climate action goals, which were outlined in the carbon-free Mendocino resolution, which was adopted by the board this year. So goal number 1 would be to reduce the county's carbon footprint and provide renewable infrastructure to the community with renewable power emergency centers and then the countywide EV charging infrastructure. Goal number 2 is to provide safe and healthy buildings for the community. So really find ways as a part of these projects to address critical facility and deferred maintenance needs, and then also reduce ongoing maintenance and operation costs throughout your facilities. And lastly, we have demonstrate fiscal responsibility. So really seek ways to leverage creative funding and different sources of funding for these types of projects. And then also a big one is to save on your utility costs as well. Okay, and this is what we call our, so we're just going to jump into the study now. This is what we call our Energy Conservation Measure Matrix, our ECM matrix. And I just want to go over this at a high level. So what I want to point out is for the buildings that we evaluated all these buildings listed here on the left. And for these buildings, these buildings told us just over 400,000 utility spent for gas and electric at these 14 sites. I do want to note that these are missing other fuels. So propane, diesel, other fuels outside of gas, we did not capture as a part of this preliminary study. We will work with county staff if the county decides to move forward into detailed development. We will then capture those other fuels, which we feel will actually show an increase in savings. So the savings we will be presenting today will be conservative savings since we did not capture those other fuel costs for your sites. And as you can see here, this is, again, high-level overview of all the ECMs that we included as a part of the study. So lighting upgrades throughout your facilities, HVAC, solar, resiliency, EV charging, roofing, windows. And then we also included an option for electrification, which we didn't dive into in this study, but we wanted to bring up as just a point of discussion to look at electrification throughout your sites. Next slide here. Okay, and with interest of time, I'm going to try to just really kind of breeze over these ECMs at a high level. I'm going to feel free to ask more questions during questions. ECM 1, countywide LED lighting upgrades. Existing is 32 and 28 watt fluorescent lighting throughout your facilities. We're proposing to upgrade these to LED. Upgrading these fixtures to LED will have significant savings on your utility bill, better lighting quality, and then long-lasting LEDs will also reduce maintenance costs for changing out fluorescent lights throughout your facilities. HVAC existing, you have a variety of roof, ground, and wall-mounted package units throughout your facilities, all in different ages and ranges. I think staff has done a really tremendous job in really keeping up and upgrading systems where they can and where they have funding. But what we did find as a part of the study is that we are including units and systems that are over 15 years old. So we accounted for 81 units throughout the county facilities. This is including recommissioning and air balancing. This also includes some major needs that you have. So the Ukiah Administration Center, there's 9 HVAC units on the roof that really need to be addressed and upgraded. And this also includes the Fort Bragg Justice Center HVAC system overhaul that the county has been evaluating as well. Clearly, the benefits of updating your HVAC systems will include, improved air quality and comfort, reduced energy for more efficient, better efficient units, and then, really saving on deferred maintenance for what the county has been spending for maintaining some of these older systems. Solar, we looked at solar at, I believe, 9 of these sites. So these are 9 solar sites where we evaluated solar. You can see we have a total of 704 kW that we accounted for. Clearly the benefits of solar, it offsets and generates power and reduces your carbon footprint for those sites. It can provide shade for parking where we're looking at carports. And something else we did want to mention is these current numbers we're using are on NEM 2.0 rates. What will be happening here in the next month, and this is actually being evaluated and determined by a Willdan company, E3, with the CPUC, is a new rate structure, which is going to be called the NEM 3.0 rate structure for the PG&E territory and the rest of the CPUC territory, which will actually devalue the value of solar and will change what the payback looks like on solar projects. We anticipate that decision to be determined here in the next anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks. So those new rates will be coming, and we actually analyzed what that would look like and how that would impact these projects. So we will share that here in a minute. Resiliency and backup power. So Supervisor Jardy did mention that we did evaluate doing backup power and solar at these centers for your emergency centers at the libraries at Willits and Fort Bragg. So we did include that as a part of the study as well. This would provide backup power in the case of emergency at these sites through renewable power such as battery. There's the other thing I do want to mention, there is an incentive program related to battery storage out there, and it's 35 cents per watt hour that we've included as this in our financial analysis as well. EV charging, we included an estimation of 14, at least for this study at this time, we included 14 dual port chargers as a part of this study to be installed throughout all of your sites. And so you can see the sites are, we've identified are listed here. Again, these are, this number can be changed as we get into detailed development. This would really help the county transition the fleet and then also promote EV vehicles throughout your county for your community members as well. So this effort would really support California's goal of getting 1.5 million cars on the road by 2025. Roof upgrades. So existing conditions, there's a mix of flat and sloping roofs, many over 20 years end of useful life. And in terms of what we evaluated, we included these sites here on the right as a part of our study. We included approximately 150,000 square feet of roof replacement in our study. And we didn't just look at the roof replacement. In terms of cost, we've included existing roof, insulation, miscellaneous rot repair, new insulation, and then new roof drains as well. So for all the different types of roof we've looked at, this is what we included in our study. And clearly this, the benefits are, I think, very obvious. You would save on the deferred maintenance, have better, safer buildings, more comfortable buildings, and then you'd also save a little bit of energy as well. Window replacement, we did evaluate replacing some of the single pane windows at the Avila Center. and the administration building in Ukiah. So we included replacing those single pane with dual pane just at those sites, because there were definitely some comfort issues that we discussed with staff that's being experienced in those sites. Building electrification. So we did not investigate this in detail in our preliminary study. This is something that we did bring up as an option that the county would have to investigate further, but to start thinking about a plan to transition your fuel usage to electric usage. So that is something that the county could consider, and clearly the benefits would be working towards reducing your carbon footprint, and then California's goal of net zero carbon by 2045. All right, so here we get to some numbers to share with you. And again, I do want to echo that these are preliminary energy savings and project costs. These would be finalized, in much detail in further development. And so what I wanted to share with you, just at a high level, looking at everything we discussed in terms of savings, what we're looking at here at the bottom is over $250,000 in energy savings, maintenance costs for replacing roofs, replacing HVAC, and addressing your lighting. We're estimating, and we believe this is conservative, but just over $200,000 in deferred maintenance costs for upgrading these systems. And then we have, again, a preliminary project estimate of close to $14 million projects. Again, I did want to point out the impacts of NEM 3.0. So this would impact just the solar sites on your PG&E sites. So we have savings right now in the NEM 2.0 rates at 163,000. Those will reduce to 122 if the CP, depending. This is our preliminary estimates, depending on what the CPUC determines. One thing I do want to mention is the CPUC will decide on a grandfathering period. We're not sure when that will be determined, but there will be a chance to essentially grandfather in the NEM 2.0 rates if the county and other customers were to get an interconnection application in at a specific time. That's still to be determined. So I did want to just mention that. In terms of carbon footprint reduction, because we know that that's a top priority here. So if the county were to evaluate all of these measures, you would save over 275 metric tons of CO2 annually, which is equivalent to removing 60 passenger vehicles. We included just a snapshot on how we calculated this, and just recognizing that the county is doing some really great things with Sonoma Clean Power, as you already heard from them just before us. Funding solutions. So in terms of funding, we are very confident that the county will find some pretty attractive sources of funding to fund these different types of projects. So there is low interest tax exempt lease financing where low rates are as low as 3%. There is the county contribution that can be considered from the carbon reduction funding that's been identified by your resolution. There's PG&E on-bill financing and utility incentives. And something we have not listed here, but something we are tracking very closely is you're all probably familiar with the infrastructure bill that has just been recently passed by the administration. We have a whole task force following this bill, and we're actually pretty excited about what could be coming to California for energy and infrastructure related projects. Right now, we're estimating over $500 million to come to California. And to be open for grant application sometime in Q1 of next year for that first round of funding. So that is something that the county could consider, and that's something we could really look at and help with, if the county were to further develop this. What we wanted to show you is a preliminary analysis of how this would fund itself. So again, looking at that project cost of the 13.79 million, we have here, in order for this to cash flow, okay, so and maybe what I'll do is I'll take you across the board here. So what we show is the energy savings of the project, and that's escalated at an escalation rate. So we have, I believe, 4% in here for PG&E, and then 2% for Ukiah Electric. We have deferred maintenance savings that's just escalated at I believe, a 2.5% rate. We have our total incentives related to PG&E incentives, Ukiah Electric incentives and S-chip incentives from the CPUC. Total savings, what we incorporated is we really just wanted to show you how does this project get paid for if you were to look at everything, and that's what this is really showing you. So this is showing you a lease payment at a 3% interest rate for a tax-exempt lease. We included on-bill financing to cover the lighting. On-bill financing has a 10-year payback requirement, and we believe the lighting could get in that 10-year payback requirement. We've included that here. We have included solar maintenance costs, and then and lastly, we have the program costs. And here we have what the net savings would be if the county were to, again, engage in the tax-exempt lease, the OBF, and in order for this to cash flow, the county would need to have a $5 million contribution, whether that's from a county contribution or additional grants and other funding we could identify. So this is really just an example to show you how do you get these types of projects funded if you were to look at everything. So what we did want to do is show you another example. What if you wanted to focus on some critical needs at your facilities? So looking at some critical HVAC and roof needs at the Ukiah Administration Center and the Fort Bragg Center. Those buildings have some real need there, and they need a source of funding. And then also provide renewable and resiliency backup power at the libraries that we discussed at Fort Bragg and Willits, and have those serve the community in an emergency operation capacity. So what we included and wanted to show you here is we included countywide LED lighting. That is tremendous savings. So we wanted to make sure that we included that here. Again, the HVAC that I just discussed, solar across all your sites, we have still included. The resiliency, we included the EV charging infrastructure because that is important to reducing the county's carbon emissions. And then the roofing that we discussed too at the Ukiah Administration Center. So that here at, it's the library, Willits Library, Ukiah Administration Center, and the Fort Bragg Justice Center. And again, I've also captured here the same impact that the NEM 3.0 would have on the solar savings. So how would the county fund this type of project? With that focus scope that we looked at, again, just an example. So you have your energy savings, deferred maintenance savings, incentives, total savings. And what we really want you to focus on here is the net savings. So you have a total project cost of around $8.5 million. This project would need a $2.5 million contribution that would be either needed to be through county contribution or some sort of additional grant funding. We have the OBF, we have our tax-exempt lease at 3%. But again, just wanted to show the county an example of how do we fund these types of projects. Okay, and lastly, in terms of next steps for the county to consider, so we have done our preliminary assessment over the last 6 months. We've looked at your buildings, got a good idea of what priorities that the county has, and then options for funding. So, and we've done this through that PG&E program, all at no cost. And so, what the county can consider in terms of a next step is to enter into what we call an energy master planning agreement, where we would essentially go into detailed development, which could take anywhere from 5 to 6 months, depending on what the county wanted us to look at. But looking at all these different scopes, and then coming back to the board and working with staff to present different options for the county to consider to move forward on. We would get firm pricing, we would get firm savings, we'd work with different contractors to develop the scope, and then we'd come back to the board after that agreement has been and detailed development has been completed, and we'd then again come back to the board with a contract to implement the project as the general contractor. And of course, we would then, after project implementation, Willdan would perform the measurement verification to ensure and to guarantee that the savings that we identified will be guaranteed and realized by the county. Okay, we just went through a lot, so please let us know if you have any questions. Again, I'm here with Eddie to answer any questions you may have.
Supervisor Hashak.
Well, thank you, Chair Judy. Well, that was an incredible presentation. I really appreciate it. very well thought out. And thank you, Chair Jurdy, for your work in making it happen too. As far as the Energy Master Planning Agreement, so what's the commitment on the county's part for that? Do we just sign on and then we wait until the final numbers come in, or do we have to commit money to it?
So in terms of the agreement, and I think that's something we would work with Ms. Rao and staff on. But essentially, what the way the agreement works is we would work with staff to determine what that scope would look like on that agreement. There would be a cost related to it. You typically by square footage, or typically by depending on what the scope is. If we want to get very specific on where we focus. But the way that agreement works, we consider it a very low risk for our customers, and we make that process low risk. So if that agreement amount, if the county decides to, after the end of development, after however long it takes us to develop the project, if the county decides to move forward into installation, then that agreement amount just gets paid through the installation contract. If the county decides after development that you want to take a different route, you don't feel comfortable moving forward into construction for whatever reason, and we find that we can't find a project that really works for the county, then that's the only time the county will actually pay us. So we actually call it almost like a walk away fee. So the county decides to walk away after development, that's the only time the county would actually pay for that agreement.
Okay, and the work that you do you do all the work, or do you subcontract it out to local vendors and contract?
No, thank you. That's a great question. So we do all the engineering. We stamp our own drawings. We do all the development. We come up with the energy savings. We do all of that in-house. In terms of what we subcontract, we work with qualified vendors to do the installation of the work. So we would have a very heavy procurement process to reach out to multiple bidders on each scope of work. We'd work with the county if preferred, if not preferred, but if local vendors are preferred. So we could work and see if we can find local qualified vendors to complete the installation of some of this work as well.
All right, thank you. One more question, if I could. With the projected replacement of the roof in the administrative center, it's like we're looking at $2.5 million, I think, for that. And so would this supplement that? Would it replace it? I guess I'm trying to figure out how that would work.
If I might, Janelle, through the chair, this was really a snapshot to give you a sense in totality, but for the administration center itself, the completion of that roof project would be 2.5 million. Now, if we partnered with Willdan, we would come back with any form of revised estimates. We've been, I think, in the design phases of this, and Dan or Doug, correct me if I'm wrong, I think 3 to 4 years. This is the final phase of that. So there's some adjustments to our design and probably the actual estimates that would need to come back to your board. But if direction were given for us to partner with Willdan from an energy master planning perspective, we would collaborate with them and come back with options for the admin center, specifically, just as an example, the admin roof. Now, I know your board gave direction during first quarter to pursue financing options specific to the admin center roof. That would also be taken into consideration. With partnering with Willdan, they would be a third party assistant for us from the staff perspective, somewhat of a third arm, so to speak, to work with us to develop the potential ideas and options for financing. So it would just be an additional option and actually more resources for us to assist us with these projects if the board were to give us that direction.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Move the recommended action.
Is there a second at this time?
I guess I'd like to know what the recommended action is at this point.
It's accept the presentation and provides direction to staff on options to retrofit county buildings for energy efficiency, install solar photovoltaic, update electrifying the county's fleet of vehicles and other pilot projects as directed.
I'll second that.
Okay, Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just regarding the recommended action, I think it's probably best if we get as many projects completed as possible. It's not going to get any less expensive. So if the direction includes really taking a look at getting the most projects completed, then I support that action.
Yeah, so my read of the recommended action, it's a bit long and wordy, but it's to ask staff to continue in the direction, come back with a shovel-ready projects with price estimates.
I think that well summarizes it. Supervisor McGordy.
And in the process, are we making a commitment to Wildan to work with us, or what? How is that structured in this proposal?
So Janelle can add to this. My interpretation of the intent here is that General Services would continue to work with Wildan and then bring back a scope of work to the board.
And if I might, there. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And would that mean the energy master planning agreement?
It would to the extent that seems most feasible. Yes. Janelle.
Thank you, Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director. Yes to all of the above. We are looking for energy master planning. As noted, we are looking for master planning in many areas. What we as staff were looking at is we would come back with scoped projects that also fit with the critical infrastructure needs we're dealing with. For example, the in referenced in there was solar at the Willits Library. As staff, we would support that as a priority project and bring forward a project scope because that roof is slated for replacement. It's already a project in our critical infrastructure needs. It would give us the opportunity to look at alternative power solutions and alternative energy, such as, battery, solar, generator, or a combination thereof. We would then, I would really look at supporting a form of, and we would work on a scope of work with Wildan to come back with some form of a scope of work from just a third-party resource perspective. They're going to be working with us on developing the prioritized order of these projects. This will be a tool in your total CIP. We're embarking upon an assessment of our facilities. We know the condition of our roofs. We know our HVAC system, 50% of them are 20 years or older. Those are some of the facts we know, but you as a board, you don't have a tool that tells you all of this in totality with your owned real property. So our goal would be to refine this while we're also doing the space utilization, while we're doing the facility condition, and then come back with the scope of work for you. But with this board's direction here and what I'm hearing, we will prioritize those in addition that have the ability or the potential to reduce our carbon footprint reduction as well.
Supervisor Williams. Supervisor McGordy.
So are we also at the same time looking for grant opportunities through the ARPA and Build Back Better? Is that part of the package?
Yeah, absolutely. We know that there's nationwide, there's $7.5 billion for electrification, electric car chargers across the country. A significant amount of that's going to make its way to California, probably about 10 or 20% of that. And so that's just one example. But yeah, looking for any state or federal funds to leverage our local funds for sure.
Okay. And would that also include electrifying some of our heating systems through heat pumps and that sort of thing to reduce the dependency on natural gas?
I believe there will be some money for that. I know specifically on the electric car charging, I know there's dollars for that, but I believe there's also some funds available for conversion to clean fuel sources. But I don't know those details. I don't have those memorized. Janelle?
Janelle Rao through the chair. Again, we will work with the fiscal team. We'll partner with them as we always do. But if we bring Will Dan in, we'll bring together the fiscal team as well to talk about the available funding resources and options. We will look at considering any type of financing that may or may not be appropriate. That would be a package that would come back to the board. What we will drill down and focus on is what is some of the low-hanging fruit. What can we accomplish in the short term versus the long term? As both Supervisor Williams and Mulheron mentioned, we want to get projects done, and we are embarking upon this great. There's a great deal of activity going into long-term planning, but at the same time, we know we have critical infrastructure needs. So we will take this energy project grid and overlay it, so to speak, with the critical failing infrastructure that we have. And that's where we're going to come up with what I believe are your critical priority projects, and then how we fund them. That will be something we will return to the board with. We'll discuss with Will Dan any potential contracting costs that we may need to, consider. I'm not certain what that would look like depending upon what the outcome is. So we'll spend some time with Carolyn and her team and working through that. And if we do need to fund any aspects of this master planning effort, then we would return to the board and look at potential options for funding consideration. And that would likely be with the scope of work that would come back for Will Dan under contract.
Okay, thanks. Do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
We do. First on the line is Eileen Mitro, followed by a voicemail. Eileen, you can unmute and begin when you're ready. We'll be moving on to the voicemail and we'll try Eileen again after.
Good morning. My name is Susan Scher. I'd like to comment on agenda item 6A, the results of the energy audit. I live in Ukiah, and I'm an active member of Climate Action Mendocino, a grassroots organization in Ukiah. I'm very happy to see these initial local efforts to address climate change, and I want to thank you very much for taking our climate emergency seriously. This is a great start. I want to specifically address the proposal for installing electric vehicle charging stations throughout the county. I see the recommendation is for 14 level 2 charging stations at various county facilities. This is great for employees who work at those facilities or for county-owned vehicles. Employees could drive their own EVs to work, plug in their cars, and then have them charged up when they leave work. And county vehicles could be charged overnight when not in use. But since the time for a level 2 charger is approximately 8 hours, those stations won't help folks who are traveling through our county and not staying overnight. People who might stay long enough for a meal or for some shopping need a fast level 3 charge that takes approximately 1 hour. I want to mention that I recently took 2 road trips in my electric vehicle, one north to Portland and one south to LA. With some research, I was able to find sufficient level 3 chargers along Highway 5 and 101.
although there aren't that many. Access to these stations allowed me to charge and have a meal or walk around the town while I waited. And I want to emphasize that each time I stopped for a fast charge at a level 3 station, I spent money in these towns. Our county has a few level 2 charging stations, and now with this proposal, we can have even more. We also have several Tesla charging stations, but we have hardly any level 3 non-Tesla stations. Increasingly, more consumers are purchasing non-Tesla EVs. So without more level 3 stations for other than Teslas, we're losing precious tourist dollars. People seeking a fast charge while on the road will pass by Mendocino County and plan their trips to stop elsewhere. So I hope you'll consider adding more non-Tesla level 3 stations. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I agree with that comment. Can we include that in the direction to staff to focus on level 3 chargers?
Sure. Supervisor McGordy.
Just real quickly, how expensive is it to put up a level 3 charge station?
Supervisor McGordy, I think it depends on the location and proximity to grid transformers. So maybe staff brings back, if it's exorbitant, staff should bring back estimates. But what we don't want to do is find that it was a nominal difference and we installed a charging system that takes 8 hours instead of 1 hour.
Makes sense.
Carolyn, do you have something to add?
Yes, hi, Carolyn Kiesner with Wildan here. I will say that level 3 chargers are actually much more expensive than level 2 because they're much bigger batteries to charge in a much faster time. But there's different sources of funding we can look at. I think it's a great comment, and it's definitely something that can be evaluated. So the cost differentials between the level 2 and level 3, and what it might take to get a few of those installed throughout the county.
And I just want to add in summary that both Sonoma Clean Power staff and City of Ukiah electric utility staff are willing and able to help the County of Mendocino to kind of help us troubleshoot some of these questions about charging stations because they both have gone through installation projects themselves. Okay, we have a motion on the table. I believe we've taken all public comment. Was Eileen Mitro able to?
We're going to give her one more try, so I'm going to be unmuting her. Eileen, if you hit the unmute button, you could begin speaking.
Oh, it finally worked. Do you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, miraculous. I kept hitting the unmute button and it wasn't working. Sorry. My name is Eileen Mitro with a statement from Climate Action Mendocino on this item 6A. As we stand on the cusp of 2022, we worry about how little time we have left to lessen the effects of our warming climate on Mendocino County. We feel heartened by the fact that the County Board of Supervisors is considering taking real action to move us forward on addressing our county's greenhouse gas emissions. I note that out of 29 items on the consent calendar today, 12 of them are climate change related. If we don't act now, we'll be out of time and the future of our species and most other species will be in peril. The energy audit you will consider under item 6A is refreshingly clear that a lot can be done to cut the county's emissions and save energy costs. We urge you to be less cautious about what financial commitments you make to cut the county's energy costs. Look at what's been done here to get a vaccine in place to deal with COVID and how effectively we've vaccinated everyone who wants to be vaccinated in so little time. The same effort must apply to your actions to reduce our energy expenditures. Of special interest, along with what Susan Scher had said in the audit, we strongly encourage level 3 electric charging stations rather than level 2, since level 3 chargers are much faster and would promote many more EVs to stop, charge, and grab a meal or shop, contributing to the county's economy. Level 2 chargers are too slow for that kind of economic benefit. Paying for these smart energy decisions now will have the potential to slow warming sooner, such that our winter rainy seasons will return sooner and consequent wildfire devastation will abate sooner. If we don't act now, it'll be impossible to effectively act later. Thank you for the work you're doing on reducing our county's emissions. And please note that our children and their children will thank you too. That's it.
That concludes public comment.
Okay. Could we have a roll call?
Yes. Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulherin,
Yes.
and Supervisor Haschak.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. We have a related item with Sonoma Clean Power, but we normally take a 10-minute break at 10:30, and so if we can come back at 10:40, we'll take on that item next.
Mr. Chair, just a quick question.
Okay.
Did that motion also include the evergreen item, or is that separate?
I believe it was in the recommended motion, but I'll look to General Services to see if they feel it was included.
Yes, it's included in there.
Okay.
We're good to go. Thank you, Jeff,
Thank you.
for clarifying.
Okay. I'll see you on the other side of the break.
All right,
Okay.
thank you, Jeff.
All right, thanks. We'll take a 10-minute break and come back at 10:40.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated. Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Which discussion and possible action, including adoption of a resolution supporting the County of Mendocino, working with the counties of Sonoma and Lake, as well as Sonoma Clean Power Authority, in support of a geothermal opportunity zone, otherwise known as a GeoZone, as part of a regional effort to expand the portfolio of locally sourced renewable energy. And Supervisors McGorty and myself are the sponsors of this. Before handing it off to Supervisor McGorty and then Jeff Cyphers, I'd just like to say that this is related in a way to our other efforts, certainly like the one we just discussed about trying to ensure that we can have 24/7 renewable local power. Geothermal is a very complementary power source to solar, which is, I would say, a principal power source, certainly during the day. And we live in a region that's uniquely sited to provide geothermal power. Jeff could go into greater details, but the state of California is looking at increasing the amount of geothermal production in California, and we just are fortunate in that we're located near some wonderful geothermal sites, of which are very, very near, or actually some of the which are contained in the new supervisor boundaries that include Supervisor McGorty's district. At the border of Lake and Sonoma counties. Supervisor McGorty.
Just to reiterate what you said, this is an interesting place geologically as part of the continental overthrust zone between the North American and the Pacific plate. And when one plate goes down and one plate goes up, there frequently is disruption in the Earth's mantle, and it's manifested sometimes as volcanoes. And Mount Canocti is a dormant volcano that probably last blew its top somewhere around 10 to 15,000 years ago, but we still have pockets of fairly thin crusts in the Earth, like the area to the south of and west of Mount Canocti, which crosses into the Mendocino border. There's places where the Earth mantle may be as shallow as 4,000 to 5,000 feet, and so we're we have a very unique opportunity here for generating power, and I think it would be wise of us to take a look at it as part of our portfolio. My observations are that over the years, geothermal has really improved in terms of its ability to operate with minimum disruption to the atmosphere and the local environment. The original ones were kind of primitive, and they vented steam from the earth and brought along some pollution with it. And increasingly, they've created closed systems. I was a little bit concerned personally when they started to pump lots of wastewater from Sonoma County into the earth, and we could see this little swarm of earthquakes happening. And we kind of wondered if that long-term might create something awful, and hasn't seemed to so far. But what's being proposed today is even more refined. So as technology improves, I think some of the risks do as well. So with that, we'll let Sonoma Clean Power and their GeoZone consultant talk about this.
Thank you so much for having us. And Supervisor McGorty, I think you gave a fantastic introduction and kicked it all off. So I think to build on what you've started, I want to take the story to talk about the success of solar power in California and then build on that. And I'm joined today by Ryan Tracy, our head of planning and analytics here as well, who's our technical lead on this. But really, the reason we're looking so closely at geothermal is because solar power has become the cheapest way to produce electricity on planet Earth. And its success has led to really an excellent solving of a problem for midday energy when the sun is shining. We really don't need very many other kinds of sources besides solar in the middle of the day, because we can build it at very low cost, both on rooftops and in central systems. And with the advent of batteries that are short term, we can even move that power around a little bit from the middle of the day into the evening now as we scale up battery storage. But the kinds of problems that we don't solve with either of those technologies, and even wind power, is what do we do in the winter when it's dark for 2 weeks and there's not a lot of wind blowing and not a lot of sun? How do we handle situations where today our grid is made reliable by resources like the last remaining nuclear power plant and a whole lot of really old, what I call fossil methane power plants, which is natural gas, that are being kept online solely because they're keeping the lights on at times of day when solar and wind aren't producing. And so the kinds of resources that run all the time and that are very reliable are things like offshore wind, biomass, and geothermal. And locally, we have very limited biomass potential ourselves. We have some. There's a lot of concern about air quality emissions and potential impacts on forest health in the long run with biomass. And we don't have the ability to build offshore wind off of our coasts. The federal government and the state of California have identified 2 zones in the state where offshore wind is going to be, leases are going to be explored in Humboldt County, off of Humboldt Bay, and down in the Central Coast area. And so locally, geothermal really appears to be not just our only, but perhaps our best option as well for looking at building a reliable grid as we head toward 100% renewable sources. And so I think you're allowing me to share my screen. Let me see if this works. Did that come up for people? Okay, so I have just a couple short slides, and Ryan will speak to a couple of them as well. And what we're doing at Sonoma Clean Power is looking to form a partnership between our agency, a power provider, and the counties of Mendocino, Sonoma, and Lake County. For Lake County for 2 reasons. Even though we don't serve them with energy, Sonoma Clean Power has explored that option and is interested in serving them with energy in the future. And also, Lake County has a tremendous geothermal resource in their region as well. And we think there's a lot of synergies of forming a 3-county partnership. So, so the goals are really to work together in a collaborative way without making any commitments to construction at this stage. It's too early, but to really explore opportunities to study the geology better. We do have a lot of preliminary data about where some resources might be constructible. We have data about the transmission grid and where it might be affordable to build. But we want to go a little deeper, and we want to have a partnership with county staff in Mendocino County as well as we look at this, and the board. And to Supervisor McGordy's comments to kick this off, these new technologies are really looking at dramatically reducing the input of water into systems and through a technology that Ryan will speak to. And of course, if we can construct, tens or hundreds of megawatts of new geothermal resource in our region, that does have the potential to aid the existing geothermal industry that we have, to add some jobs to it and tax base, and potentially public leases as well. So there are public parcels of land where we think some of these resources might be able to go. And so I think there is a potential not just to aid in shutting down the nuclear power plant in California and all those gas plants, but also to bring some revenue streams long term. I think in the prior items in this meeting, there was talk about the infrastructure bill and potential funding, and that is a reality for geothermal as well. There's a certain amount of money that's been targeted for this technology, and a restoration, we hope, if it survives the Senate budget reconciliation, restoration of the tax credit. So we think this is a good time to be exploring this financially as well. The the extent of the geozone I mentioned today could encompass any portions of those 3 counties we spoke about. Of course, it will become much narrower as we identify land that needs to be protected, as we identify parcels that are better or worse based on geology and transmission. But we'd like to at least do a quick pass over fairly large areas of the county. And our hunch, our suspicion, based on existing wells and geologic records, is that the southeastern area of Mendocino County is the resource area that's most likely to be productive with geothermal. And so we'd probably begin our search in those regions, but also take a look more broadly. And I'll turn it over to Ryan to talk about some of these new technologies.
Sure. Yeah, and this is expanding on what Jeff and Supervisor Nagorty already introduced. Basically, the last geothermal power plant built in our region was built in, I think it was 1988, the Adjournment plant, which is just across the county line in Sonoma from Mendocino. There's been a lot of changes in geothermal technology since, and an essential catalyst for our effort actually has been a renaissance in geothermal technology. And a lot of this has actually been driven by technology transfer from the oil and gas industry. Sure, you've seen the headlines for all the technological development that's happened in unlocked shale drilling. We're starting to see the reductions in well cost, the capabilities of drilling rigs, and a lot of those things being able to transfer to the geothermal realm. And it allows the option for geothermal development that's a lot more compatible with the type of development we think the community would desire. If you go up to the geysers today, you'll see big plants. You'll see lots of flow lines connecting wells on the surface. You'll see venting of a lot of the produced vapors. And as was introduced, we're importing a lot of water to keep that operation going. With new technologies, we're able to drill directional wells. So we're able to site well locations close to the plant. There's far less surface disturbance. You don't have flow lines running across the surface. You're able to, on the surface, they're starting to deploy, and this has been deployed for actually the last couple of decades, what's called a binary plant, where instead of allowing the vapors to evaporate and vent to the atmosphere, they're actually recondensed and reinjected. So that dramatically reduces the amount of water that's required and really increases the sustainability of the reservoir. Like you're not requiring continual replacement of the fluids that you're venting. The other interesting thing that's really important, especially for Mendocino County, the reason the geysers was developed where it is it had 3 of the components that's necessary for the vintage technology. It had water that was in the reservoir. It had permeability that connected, that allowed the fluid to flow, and it had heat. With these new technologies where they're able to directionally drill, you get rid of a lot. And when you're able to replace the water through the binary surface plant, you get rid of 2 of those variables. All you really need is the heat. So that dramatically increases the potential prospective area beyond just the existing geysers geothermal field. And then the other thing that's been discussed that's really a beneficial attribute is there's no emissions. So right now, the existing geysers plants do have a certain amount of CO2 emissions, but they also have hydrogen sulfide emissions, which are not desirable, for neighbors of those plants. So we're really excited about the ability to bring these new technologies, and we're seeing them deployed a lot in Europe. We're seeing them tested in Nevada. I think our concept here is we have a tremendous geothermal resource. These new technologies really make geothermal far less impactful from an environmental perspective to the community. So are there opportunities to deploy these technologies in our backyard and have a positive economic impact and really have a leading role in helping solve that issue Jeff introduced of really trying to figure out how we can supply renewable clean energy in the evening when it's not currently readily available.
Thank you. So I think there's 2 fairly large scale efforts underway in California. The first is that CPUC has ordered the fairly rapid construction of geothermal energy, and that's most likely going to be projects potentially in this area, but also significantly down in Southern California in the Salton Sea area, and possibly even out of state in Nevada. We're also looking at this as a long game. We think that geothermal is going to be such a critical resource that even though the CPUC is very focused on what we can construct in the next 5 to 6 years, which is very aggressive for geothermal, we're also focused on what comes after that. And I think the geozone effort is something that I want to convey as a long game. We want to use the right technologies that can scale. We want to look at regions that are outside of the geysers complex. We want to look at very small footprint plants. We want to look at potentially small scale plants. And I think we want to study what is transferable out to the rest of the Western United States, where water is very constrained. And we would look, we'd be very interested in partnering with the County of Mendocino in the process to look at land, to understand potential projects, and to support the county if a project actually got proposed and was going through environmental review and permitting. And with that, I'll turn it back to Chair Jordy.
Thank you. Any more questions or comments? Supervisor McGordy. You're muted right now.
Sorry about that. I couldn't see my mute button there. How much water are we talking about to operate these plants per kilowatt produced versus what we have right now?
I think it's going to vary fairly significantly based on the type of rock and the porosity and so forth. But my goal would be to see a dramatic reduction in anything that we build. So if it's not a 50% reduction, I'm not interested, but I'd love to target a 90% reduction for these kinds of projects so that we're really making a measurable and dramatic change relative to current practice. And I think somewhere between those numbers is probably doable.
So, because that area doesn't have a lot of water in terms of the natural resources. So I've spent a little bit of time out in Pine Mountain, which is fairly close by, and looking at the potential for vineyard development, and that was a real constraint, was having adequate water in order to grow vines.
I think we should also be open to retrofits of existing facilities and to be thinking about making even existing facilities more water efficient and see if that's possible, because I think you're right. Water is going to be a constraint.
Thank you. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jordy. So what is the process for seeking out these sites?
There's quite a lot of technical analysis that we've begun doing on a preliminary basis to understand where heat is close to the surface. We're starting to get a picture of what type of rock exists in the region. And we're using GIS maps to understand what parcels of land might be nearby, and also where an interconnection to the transmission grid might go. And that process, I think the next year, we'll be working to refine all of those, the understanding about all of those things, and be coming back with potential sites. And then having discussions in public about what we're looking at as far as capacity, as far as solving water issues, as far as transmission and land use, and then start the conversation about narrowing that research. Yeah, so we might initially be looking at 5 to 8, maybe 10 sites, but we probably will start narrowing that over time based on interest and public input and so forth. And so I think that would be the next year's worth of activity in my mind, would be coming up with that initial list of potential sites and capacity, and then beginning the deeper public conversation at that point about what we're talking about.
Okay, thank you. And how deep are those wells, or the?
Ryan, do you want to help me out here?
Yeah. So in the existing geysers field, they go pretty deep. Yeah, they go 11,000 plus feet. But there's a lot of these new technologies can be applied to low temperature applications where they don't have to go as deep. So we might see wells that are only a couple thousand feet. There's a project done in Lake County in the early 90s where they're trying to test out a concept of doing direct use heating for a greenhouse agriculture part. Those wells I think were only 500 feet deep. So it'll depend on the application, the scale, and the technology.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board questions or comments at this time? Okay. All right, Supervisor McGordy.
I just want to throw one other thing out there, as long as we're talking about energy, and I think Jeff touched on this briefly, was kind of biomass and cogeneration, and there's been advancements in biogas production through pyrolysis that I think could be really useful to Mendocino County as a way of managing waste stream for forest thinnings, and I was very impressed visiting a facility in Tuscany that was producing enough energy to from forest thinnings to run a fairly large winery, and a very mechanized, simple, safe operation that one person can run by himself, checking in with his smartphone. So there are other things that are happening in the world that I hope we keep our eyes open for, that may be really suitable for Mendocino County, given what the natural resources that we have in place. Whereas right now we burn a lot of our materials or leave them on the ground to rot, and that could be appropriate in some instances. But I think that this is another area that could be looked at, not the old cogeneration plants of yesteryear, the new technology that uses pyrolysis that produces the biogases that combust. It's very, could be appropriate for us for the dark hour energy production.
Taking note of that. Thank you.
Okay, if we have no more board questions or comments at this time, I'd like to go to public comment.
There's no public comment.
As you see a hand raised from Peter back to me from committee. So.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a few comments, and I'd hope to make them under the previous item, number 6A as well, so they apply to both. I just wanted to say that you may recall that back in May, the Grassroots Institute sent the Board of Supervisors an open letter urging them to explore approaches to reducing carbon emissions in the county by installing solar and battery systems, by expanding the availability of electric vehicle chargers and electrifying the county's fleet, and also electrifying to the greatest extent possible the Mendocino Transit Authority's fleet. And then we applauded the board in August when you passed a carbon zero resolution for the county and embarked upon the path that you're fulfilling today of bringing back an energy audit to the county from the Wildan company, and that has been coordinated with General Services and Sonoma Clean Power. To see the proposals that are presented today shows real progress. And so I just wanted to comment from the Grassroots Institute's perspective that we applaud the board and we renew our commitment to working with you to build public support for these initiatives. And we hope that you'll continue to move in that path in an expeditious fashion. The planet's depending on you, and all Mendocino is depending on you as well. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Well, I was just going to respond to Peter's comments that yesterday in the MCOG meeting, as Chair Jurdy knows, that MTA reported that they are purchasing 6 electric vehicles, and that they should be on the road with some of them within a few months. So that's a real step in the right direction, as Peter said.
Progress in every front. Okay. Do we have any additional public comment?
There's no public comment.
We have requested a resolution on the agenda. Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, we have roll call.
Yes. Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
Chair Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulherin,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashchak,
Yes.
and Supervisor McGorty.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, great. And thanks again, Jeff and Sonoma Clean Power, for your technical support in raising awareness by the board, the public, of these options available to us.
Looking forward to working together. Thank you.
Okay, great. The next thing on our agenda is item 5C, which is a notice of public hearing and discussion of possible action, including adoption of resolution amending the Exhibit X, which is the master fee schedule effective January 6th. And I want to go to the clerk of the board's office or county council just for clarification on today's public hearing.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. What was the clarification you were asking for specifically?
Well, as I understand it, the notice for the hearing is for a number of fees, but the agenda for some reason just said for cultural services, but I believe the notice that went out to the public listed multiple departments. So I just thought there'd be some clarification from either county council, clerk of the board's office on that point.
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. Yes, Clerk of the Board was notified of this. The recommended action does only reference Cultural Services Agency. So if the intention is to, when the time comes to make the recommended action, we would please like you guys to expand on that and make sure that you're including all departments that requested. And then that should clear it up. And the notice that did go out to the public did list all of the departments.
And Mr. Chair, for Brown Act purposes, the important item is going to be the agenda title rather than the recommended action. And for the purposes of meeting the statutory requirements of the fee hearings, the important information is going to be what's contained in the notice that's sent out.
Okay, so the notice that was sent out was involving multiple departments, but the agenda title says cultural services, so that you're saying that the notice that was published in the newspapers, et cetera, that's the governing item for the Brown Act.
This is Lindsay Doherty, Senior Deputy Clerk of the Board, and I just want to confirm that the affidavit of publication is also attached to the item so that you can confirm that the notice that was sent to the public and published in the papers referenced the fee hearing very generally, so encompassing all departments.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I guess I'd like clarity from council. I thought for the Brown Act purposes, the agenda title was critical, and the agenda title clearly limits the discussion and action to the master fee schedule as it involves the Cultural Services Agency.
That's correct. I'm pulling that up right now. I had thought I'd understood from Clerk of the Board that the error was in the recommended action, but it does appear that the error is in the agenda title. So it may be appropriate to continue this item. What you could potentially do is continue the item to the 14th. As you've already noticed it, I think you could continue the noticed hearing and then make sure you're complying with both the notice requirements and the Brown Act for those purposes.
Okay, understood. And then we can have a presentation on all the items today, or would we have the other departments present on the 14th?
I would suggest having the other departments present on the 14th.
Okay, all right. So Clerk of the Board has noted that proper notice was established for the hearing. And so at 11:10, we'd like to open the public hearing. And Clerk of the Board, just noting all correspondence, telephone calls received. Were those all forwarded?
Yes, they were.
Okay, thanks. Okay, well, let's go to cultural services.
Great. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to talk about the library and the museum, but we'll start with the library. Both the library and the Library Advisory Board would like to continue not charging late fees for overdue materials. We have not been charging during the pandemic due to the economic hardships that have impacted many, and we would just like to continue with that. This would only apply to late item charges. The fees for lost or damaged items would still be assessed. Libraries have found that overdue charges affect young and low-income people to a greater extent and are an impediment to free and equal access to all. The library provides multiple services such as job search tools and educational resources that are more accessible to patrons when they aren't facing the stigma of debt. Staff would be able to spend more time on providing excellent customer service and less time on collecting fees. Patrons would still be responsible to return overdue materials in order to check out new items. So this has been a trend across the country as well as in California. Sonoma County Library has done this, Sacramento, Contra Costa County, Marin, Redwood City Public Library, Tehama Library, Yolo County, and many more. We estimate that we would receive up to $35,000 less revenue per year than in previous years, but we didn't budget for it this year at all because we anticipated this passing. And so we're hoping that it does.
Supervisor McGordy.
While I think that's probably okay, I just wondered if you could put it to the customers that, this we're suggesting a fine or a contribution for late materials so that we could still continue to bring a little bit of funding in, unless you think it's too big of a hassle.
I could do that, but what we're finding is that we gain more in goodwill by not charging than we do if we did charge. Since this is something that a lot of people are getting on board with countrywide, this is sort of, it just reaffirms our stance that we want to provide equal opportunity for everybody.
I'm thinking of myself personally, I'm forgetful. So if somebody said, hey, you returned that thing late, let's have a couple of bucks for, the new book fund, I'd probably give you the money. So I just wondered if that's an option.
We could say something like that.
Along those lines, I participated in a couple of bake sales where you had some cookies out and you say, take what you need, give what you can, and you sometimes get $20 for a cookie. So,
right, you wind up more.
Okay. Well, we do have this one item. Do we have any public comment on the cultural services? Or Barbara, did you have other items for cultural services besides this?
We have the museum as well. There's some museum fees that we want to.
Okay, why don't you describe those right now?
Okay, we receive requests for the use of images, recordings, and research. Our collection is accessible through the use of our online database, Past Perfect, which contains photos and descriptions of our holdings that patrons can download for free on their own anytime. Basic research requests are conducted in response to all formal requests. The museum is proposing that fees be implemented to help offset the cost of specific requests that require time and processing outside of the normal delivery standard. Reproduction fees are for the cost of retrieving and producing a high-quality digital image, audio, or video from the collection upon request. Use fees are charged for permission to use the original image, audio, or video in a one-time publication. And research fees are for requests that require staff time beyond the initial 1/2 hour search for information that we give everybody for free.
Okay. Any questions on this item? Okay, not seeing any. Do we have any public comment on on any of the cultural services proposed fees?
Mr. Chair, I would just suggest, since we're looking at potential continuation, I would suggest not limiting any of the comments from the public into this as to subject matter. I would suggest allowing full comment at both this meeting and the next meeting.
Okay, all right. But do we have any public comment on any of the fees, even if we're going to hold off on the presentation to the next board meeting?
We do. We have 4 public comments and 1 voicemail. First in the line is Michael Katz.
Morning, supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. Thank you for discussing this topic today, and I'm going to withhold the majority of my comments until the further presentations are made at the next meeting. But broadly, we would like to draw your attention to the fact that obviously right now is a very challenging time for many members of the Mendocino County community, regardless of what industry they're in. And at this time of uncertainty, with the unknowns that we face with the economy, the outcome of COVID, impacts to local tourism, the state of the cannabis market, cargo shipping delays, that it may be necessary to suspend the goal of full cost recovery at this time across all departments. We appreciate the hard choices that the board must make to achieve a balanced budget, but increasing fees in the county departments to reach the goal of full cost recovery during a time of so much uncertainty may result in unintended negative consequences throughout the county. It may be more beneficial at this moment to pause the implementation of cost recovery until there's more relative certainty in the health and stability of the economy. Another solution could be to take a phased approach over a period of the next 3 to 5 years to increase some of these fees with the periodic evaluations of variables that develop during this time. Specifically, we've talked a lot about ponds and water storage and security. So we would like to see that process be made easier and more accessible and not less accessible to folks through increased fees at this time. And I'm not going to get into many of the other specific details, but in general, just the financial state of many of our county residents being what it is, I just encourage this board to really consider the impact that substantial fee increases right at this moment could have and the negative consequences that could potentially have for our entire county. So I thank you for considering that, and we'll get into more details on individual items next week when the presentations happen. Thank you so much.
Next on the line is Devin Bower, followed by Monique Ramirez.
Good morning. This is Devin Bohr. I apologize for the background noise. I'm actually down at Orange County at a conference currently. We did submit written comment on this item for today regarding specifically Attachment 7 for planning and building services. And I think there is an opportunity, since this has been postponed additional week, perhaps to be able to provide some additional background information to address some of these questions. The first that I just wanted to highlight was the fact that it seems a 30-year delay in looking at updating some of these fee tables is pretty excessive in terms of doing an all at once increase in these rates. Some of these grading permit fees that I was looking at increased, 300%. That is significant all at one time. And so I think that this board needs to ask some questions regarding, why can't some of these fee schedules be brought forward on a more regular basis for consideration? Second of all, I think that there were several comments regarding this comparative factor to adjoining counties like Lake, Humboldt, and Sonoma County. There wasn't anything in the background information, though, that sort of related to what those fees were for service. We don't know the background of Humboldt County's Planning and Building Service Department. We don't know the background of the staffing levels in Sonoma County's Planning Department. So it's not like you're comparing apples to apples there. So that leads into the third question regarding what are we getting in terms of service? You know, these fees are supposed to be prevalent to cost recovery for service. There was no discussion that I saw related to how these additional fees would improve service times for permit processing. There are several general questions in our written comments that I would encourage you to take a look at, and we will plan to submit additional comment or at least participate in next week's meeting. Thank you.
Next on the line is Ron Edwards.
Yes, good afternoon, board. I think that Devin and Michael Katz have surmised what I would like to comment, and I will hold further comment until the meeting on the 14th. Thank you for the clarity.
Monique Ramirez is no longer on the line, so we'll move on to the voicemail.
My name is Corinne Powell. I am addressing agenda item 5C regarding the fee schedules recently published and before you today. In general, please understand that any increase in taxes or fees that will affect legacy cannabis small businesses are inappropriate. Indeed, the board has quite broad jurisdiction to adjust and amend the verbiage of IA, the tax establishing public item from 2016. It's time that we change our taxation to a more equitable program, which would be based on gross receipts only, not based on canopy, which changes, but on gross receipts only with no minimum. I appreciate that you will very seriously consider an alternative to the system currently that is much too burdensome on cultivators in the current market. And until other items in both the state and the county regulations are resolved and compatible. Thank you. This is extremely important in today's events.
That concludes public comment.
Supervisor McGordy.
So I just want to comment a little bit on the state of our economy. I think that there are sectors that are for sure depressed, including cannabis production, but I think there's others that are fairly healthy. So I don't think that across the board abating any increases in our fees is necessary. I think we need to think about the fairness of some of the fees, and I'm sure we're going to hear from people affected by them. The one thing I propose is, and we'll have more time for this and we don't have to move on it today, but I would like to see us waive any fees for solar energy and battery backup systems as part of our commitment to solar energy and alternative energy and reducing our carbon footprint. So when the time comes, I want to move on that as a board, because I think that's important. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
I don't want to see a fee increase, and yet I understand having understaffed departments means the applicants, the very applicants who are upset about the fees, can't get their projects approved in a timely manner. And there's what I hear from the applicants is, well, the county should just fund it. If there was a pot of money, if we had millions of dollars sitting looking for a use, I would think let's hold fees where they are. Let's not have increases. The reality is the county books look pretty bad. There's not enough revenue to cover the mandated services. I mean, we're going to come back. Mo and I will come back and report on the roads ad hoc, but we're basically going to tell you what you already know. We need $698 million over the next 10 years. We're spending $5.8 million a year. The numbers are just so far off that as much as I don't want to see fee increases, I also don't want to see people stuck for months because we're understaffed. And of course, I agree with Supervisor McGordy on the solar initiative.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. You know, I do think that what the Farm Bureau and MCA are bringing up are issues that in this time of drought, where we're recommending that people, you know, have more water storage, that you know, fee increases to the level that they are, maybe they could be, you know, incrementally increased over the next 3 years or so. So it just seems pretty drastic in this time when, you know, the drought ad hoc is recommending that people have more storage, and we promote pond building and such.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Supervisor Haschek, I agree with the idea of slowly, incrementally increasing the fees. What I don't want to see is that we incrementally address the staffing shortages. I think staffing shortages need to be addressed overnight. We owe it to the public to have the county review and issue permits in a timely manner. I'm not convinced that that's been happening. I think we're severely understaffed. If we don't cover those costs with cost recovery, in essence, the applicant's paying their own way, how do you want to fund it? I'm not asking you to answer now, but maybe when we come back in a week, think about what would we be willing to cut? Where would we come up with the additional funds? That's where I struggle. When I look at the budget, when I look at revenue, it's all allocated. So, you know, I'm with you up till the point of leaving a department understaffed. I think that probably hurts the applicants in the county more than the increases.
Supervisor McGordy.
Well, Devin Boer brought up a very good point too about how when you have a 300% increase, it's kind of breathtaking. And I just wonder what our policy is on how do we shape these fees so that they're updated on a regular basis. Is there a policy? Does anyone in the CEO's office or county council know?
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. Would you like me to answer that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So we do fee hearings twice a year. I believe it's like April and December. And how the fee hearings work are the departments acknowledge that their cost for staffing and services is higher than what the fees are. And so they work with the auditor's office, and the auditor's office does the checks and balances to assure that the fee that the department is requesting is within normal range, and then that is brought to the executive office and we come forward with the fee hearing. So there is a real good check and balance on these fees. And the only other thing is that, like I said, we bring them forward twice a year unless there are no fee increases. But I don't recall a year when we didn't bring forward fee increases. And I will say, in response to what Supervisor Williams was saying, is next year starts labor negotiations. And with the labor negotiations and with our vacancy rate, there is not a department that it doesn't have a vacancy rate. I mean, you can look at the public defender's office, you can look at planning, you can look at the sheriff's office. You know, all of our major departments have pretty high vacancy rates. So I believe that this board and prior boards have worked long and hard to bring up the salaries and to get us within 10% of market so that we offer a good wage to our employees. But unless we continue to increase those salaries starting next year, we will fall behind again. So whatever we do this year, I'm sure we're going to be back next year after the salary increases, salary and benefits increases, to increase those fees again. And also when we had some reduction in staffing in the years that We reduced our numbers. We reduced salaries by 10%. Those were some really hard times. I believe that we also reevaluated the fees at that time. So I hope that that clarifies your a good response to your question. Thank you.
Well, so Supervisor McGorty, I think maybe part of your question had to do with, does the board have any longstanding policies about the rate of increase? And I cannot recall the board, as of today, adopting a policy that says no fee shall increase more than blank percent in a year. You know, maybe that would be an appropriate policy, because it's clear that not every department evaluates all of their fees each year. And so then you have years go by without an evaluation. And then when they do bring it forward, you know, people see the sticker shock of a first increase in decades, or certainly several years. And if they knew that they could only increase the fees by no more than a certain percentage in any one year, it would probably give an incentive to each department to not fall too far behind.
I think so. So if I understand this right, listening to CEO Angelo, that it's still up to the individual departments to make those suggestions 2 times a year. So when somebody doesn't make a suggestion, then it doesn't get updated, and then it falls way behind, and suddenly you're looking at a 300% increase for some fees, which is, you know, huge sticker shock, and makes it, you know, brings on a lot of criticism for people who feel that it's kind of out of line. So
I agree. It's a good point. I mean, I think we can't really control how often the departments evaluate their fees. I think generally they're advised to do it each year, but clearly that doesn't always happen with each department. Maybe what we should have is a board policy that says they cannot propose an increase of more than a certain percent in any one year. And that would, again, I think it would incentivize the departments to make annual evaluations.
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. If I could jump in on this one. We did not bring in fee increases in 2020. Part of that, of course, was COVID. And while we didn't reduce services, certainly there were services that just naturally reduced. Additionally, we cannot make a profit, which I believe this board knows, but I'm not certain the public does. So that's why when the fees are adjusted and increased, there's no profit there. It's just to cover our costs, or to get close to covering our costs. I understand the perception and what Supervisor McGorty is suggesting, and I could see where you might want to cap the fee increase. Though, if we don't, going back to Supervisor Williams' comment, if we don't increase the fees, then it really is a total general fund cost, and the general fund may be there, may not be there. I am very concerned that over the next 3 years, that, you know, we have this influx. I believe that, you know, between the public and our labor groups and some members on the board, we've gotten a lot of money over the last year and a half because of the pandemic and other disasters. That money will go away. So over the next 3 years, as salary and benefits increase, because you have to increase them during labor negotiations, along with that, I think we would be hard pressed right now to say that we will cap the fee increases, because you really want those fees to cover the costs. So, you know, I would ask this board that maybe you let it go this year, you don't come up with a cap. We look at next year, we look at the salary increases and what the departments are saying they need as fee increases, and then maybe the board may want to look at that. But I think the next 3 years might be difficult, and we need to have, you know, every available dollar to cover the costs. Thank you.
Supervisor McGorty?
you know, I think that's reasonable. I think it's reasonable to kind of get us to a reset to where we're covering our costs, and then implement a program that kind of caps it to a certain percentage, that unless you have some extraordinary change in staffing or need, that would give a more gradual rise, and encourage the departments not to let stuff slide, because some of these things haven't been adjusted for quite a while. 30 years, that's a long time to not adjust a fee. So I'm sure that staffing costs have gone up substantial since then, which is why 300% increase in fees happen.
Okay. Well, we will be continuing this item to the 14th. It seems to me that we do have a number of board questions and concerns that there's probably two ways to address it. One is for individual board members to meet with the CO's staff that are handling the fee increase hearings between now and the 14th, and that would just be each of us individually. Or alternately, we do have a fiscal year 2021, fiscal year 21-22 ad hoc committee with Supervisor Williams and myself, and you could ask the two of us to ask the questions that we've heard raised today at the board meeting and try to get answers prior to the public hearing on the 14th. So would the board like to pick either of those options? Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, it seems like if that ad hoc committee could bring back that information to the full board, that would be appropriate.
Supervisor McGordy.
And I'm wondering too if there are other fees that departments didn't get in on this particular agenda item. If we shouldn't be encouraging an adjustment so that we bring our fees up to date across the board for all departments, so that we can start implementing a logical approach to fee increases over time.
Well, I think Supervisor Williams and I certainly have heard that from the board, and so that would be one of the questions we would have for the CO's staff for bringing back ideas back to the board. Okay, so just procedurally, we will be looking to the clerk of the board, county council. We are going to continue this public hearing to the 14th, and we'll have additional notice for the 14th agenda. Is there anything else we need to say at this time?
No, Mr. Chair, I just think we need a motion to go ahead and continue the hearing to the 14th.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
I move we continue the hearing to the 14th.
I'll second that.
Okay. Great. We have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call?
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashchak?
Yes.
And Supervisor Mulherin?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thanks. It's getting pretty close to our closed session at noon, but I think we have enough time to handle item 5F, which is discussion of possible action, including review, adoption, amendment, consideration, or ratification of our legislation pursuant to the adopted legislative platform. And we have at least one item. We have a letter. This issue has been raised by members of the public with board members. I became aware that members of the public had contacted Supervisor Hashak and obviously myself. So the two of us worked with Judy Morris to develop a letter. And it has to do with solar fees. So fees that solar customers will be possibly facing this next year. We heard a little bit about it during our energy audit. That's a possibility that the Public Utilities Commission could be approving as soon as January. And so our letter that, again, based on public input, calls on the governor and the Public Utilities Commission not to impose the fees that are proposed by public PG&E and other utilities, because it would really discourage the implementation of solar panels. And we think there are better ways to address the issues that the Public Utilities Commission is trying to address in terms of significant solar production during the middle of the day and a need for more storage or other power sources in off hours. So it's attached to item 5F. Hoping board members had a chance to look at it. You may be familiar with this topic already. Supervisor McGordy?
Yeah, I've looked at this, and I think that again, it's extraordinary the lengths that PG&E will go through to be inconsiderate to its customers. If we think we need more storage, or if there's an issue with handling the the flow of energy, it seems like it would be smart to invest in storage as opposed to just charging rates to discourage people from investing in solar power. So I heartily support this letter, and I hope that we can convince the California Public Utilities Commission not to allow this to happen.
Any other board member questions or comments on the draft letter? Supervisor Hashak?
Thank you, Chair Judy. Yeah, I'll just agree with both what you and Supervisor McGorty said, is that the last thing we want to be doing is discouraging solar power on individual homes and, you know, the small time users. So I think this is a step in the right direction. Hopefully they'll take heed to this letter and a lot of other communications they're getting from around the state from people who are concerned about the climate change.
Okay, thanks. Any other comments from board members on the letter? Do we have any public comments on the letter?
We do. First on the line is Eileen Mitro. Eileen, you can unmute when you're ready.
Hey, I think I'm there.
We can hear you.
Oh, hallelujah. My name is Eileen Mitro, and I'm here with a statement from Climate Action Mendocino on item 5F. Your letter to Governor Newsom and copies to the California Public Utilities Commission, State Assembly Utilities and Energy Committee Chair and State Senate Energy and Utilities Committee Chair is a breath of fresh air for moving solar generation forward. Your strong statement rejecting the rate increases on solar generation for residences and businesses, farms, churches, schools, etc. is most welcome if we're really serious about meeting California's clean energy targets. It covers all the points that need to be made. We were especially grateful for your mention of expanding access to households of all income levels. The IOU argument that increasing solar rates will assist low and moderate income households is specious. On the contrary, lower rates will result in more access to rooftop solar by lower income folks. There are many programs to help low and moderate income households and landlords of multi-unit dwellings to install solar at reduced costs and long-term low interest loans. We cannot imagine that given the many resolutions and communications from over 600 organizations, leaders, and jurisdictions, along with over 100,000 individual comments throughout the state, that the governor and the CPUC will not heed our calls for protecting solar from high rate increases. Please make certain that your strong, detailed letter gets sent out immediately, since the CPUC is meeting to make a preliminary decision on Friday, December 10th. Your plea for sanity to preserve solar as an integral and vital contributor to clean energy is most appreciated. Thank you.
That concludes all public comment for this item.
Do we have a motion, I guess, to approve the letter? Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to motion that we approve the chair signing the letter that's been attached to agenda item 5F.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, we've got a motion and a second.
Excuse me, this is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. Deputy CEO Judy Morris is on the line and actually does have a ledge update.
Okay. Well, can we go to Judy once we vote on the letter first? I assume the legislative update is on other items.
Correct, and that's fine, Chair.
Okay, thanks.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashchak?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and thank you, Judy, and for your work on the letter. And can you proceed with the rest of your legislative update?
Thank you, Chair. And Good morning, board members. I just have some very quick updates for all of you, and I won't take much time. Just a reminder again that on Monday, the 13th, the Standing Committee will hear the draft version of the ledge platform for 2022, which will then come to the full board in January, the first meeting in January. And then also bring to your attention on a federal budget issue, the continuing resolution for the Congress passed to extend the continuing resolution into February 18th, actually. And the president signed that just a couple days ago. So in essence, that really keeps the federal government operating. Also, I wanted to call to your attention something that just came out is the fire prevention requirements from the Department of Forestry. There will be some public comment availability up through mid-January, but if you recall, that really does have some effect on development in wildland-urban interface. So I will send that out to you for your review as either individual supervisors, and if there's a letter that needs to be brought to the board at a later date. And that's it.
Any questions of Judy at this time? All right, not seeing any. Do we have any public comments?
There are no public comments.
Okay, all right. Well, we've gotten through most of our significant part of our agenda today. And so we will go into our closed session at noon and come back in open session at 1:30.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe. by being careful not to spread the virus,
and by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
we need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this! हम सब कर सकते हैं.
Ihr werdet mehr, ja?
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Ja, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated. Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives. Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year, when we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed,
when schools closed and children had to shelter in place,
and when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible to save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients,
for our elders, for ourselves, for you, for us,
for our community,
por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated. Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet me, yeah.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौँ.
Ja, yehe, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad. Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated. Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं।
ये bet में आया
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौँ.
Ja, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community. Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौँ.
Ja, yehe, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community. Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I, yeah.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौँ.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community. Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आया
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौँ.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community. Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad. Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community. Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आया
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौँ.
Ja, yehe, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community. Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated. Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up.
And we just reporting back out of closed session that direction was given to staff. Looking at county council, is there anything else we need to report?
No, Mr. Chair, the board took no reportable action.
Okay. Next we have on our agenda is a notice public hearing, including adoption of ordinance to repeal and replace the Mendocino County Code, section 2.08, describing supervisorial districts and adopting a final map of supervisorial districts. Looking to the clerk, was proper notice established?
Yes, it has.
All right, well then at 12:17, we're going to open the public hearing. Just again, looking to the clerk, was all correspondence received and filed?
Yes, it was.
All right, well, then we can go to the presentation. Sherry Johnson, are you going to start the presentation?
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair,
Members of the board, CEO Angelo and County Council Curtis. This is Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO with the Executive Office. So the final map was published on November 30th, 2021. So at this fifth public hearing, staff are presenting the ordinance to repeal and replace Mendocino County Code Section 2.08, which describes the supervisorial districts and the final map approved by the Board of Supervisors on November 18th, 2021. So Assistant County Counsel Charlotte Scott is here to present a brief presentation, and Lee Farr, the GIS coordinator, is also present to review final map and address any questions regarding district boundaries. And I believe Charlotte is on. There is Charlotte, Assistant County Counsel, and we will have a PowerPoint presentation, and Dylan will be sharing his screen. So thank you.
Thank you, Sherry and Board of Supervisors. Can I have the next slide, please? As Sherry explained, this is our fifth and final public hearing. We are presenting to you the revised ordinance to repeal and replace Section 2.08 of the County Code, which is where the county has previously described the supervisorial districts upon each redistricting cycle. Section 2.08 was last amended after the last federal decennial census period in 2011. And this ordinance incorporates some revisions, hopefully to allow for future redistricting to be approved without requiring any revisions to this ordinance, although that, of course, remains to be seen in about a decade. So normally with ordinances, I think Section Government Code requires that they shall not be passed within 5 days of introduction. But there is an express exemption for ordinances which by statute can be passed only after a notice in a public hearing, as is the case with redistricting. Because a public hearing is required by the Fair Maps Act before a map is approved, and the final map was approved and previously published by the county and approved by this board on November 18th, this ordinance can be introduced today and adopted on the same day. Next slide, please. This is an overview of our redistricting process. As you're aware, redistricting takes place every 10 years when the census data becomes available. And on August 17th, the board appointed a 5-member citizen-based advisory redistricting committee. We call it the ARC. The ARC worked diligently with assistance from county staff, from executive office, county council, and GIS, and facilitated the community outreach, identified communities of interest from public input, and drafted maps in accordance with the required redistricting criteria outlined in the Fair Maps Act. The official state-adjusted decennial census data was released earlier this fall and had a required 1-week waiting period before we could begin drafting maps. On October 20th and each weekly public workshop thereafter, on the 27th and 3rd of November, draft maps were reviewed and refined with the assistance of the County GIS Administrator, Lee Farr, based on the public comment and communities of interest and in light of the required criteria. On November 3rd, in their final meeting, the ARC approved recommending their preferred map, draft map 10, followed by draft map 9 for consideration by this board at the 3rd public hearing, which was on November 9th. On November 9th, at that hearing, this board approved the ARC's preferred draft map, map 10, and asked staff to consider some additional revisions to include expanding some areas north of Hopland and west of Highway 101 into the 1st district. That resulted in draft map 12, which was brought before the Board of Supervisors on November 18th. And at that special meeting, the board approved by consensus that map as the final map. That final map was published on November 30th. By approving today's ordinance revision, this board will meet the statutory deadline of December 15th, which is when we must adopt the final map pursuant to Elections Code Section 21501. Next slide, please. So this is just to reiterate the main public comment themes, community of interest themes, and the final map, of course, was following those themes as it was a small revision to map 10 by the ARC. And so those themes have been followed, and as both addressed, there was a small revision to map 10 resulting in the final map, address both the theme of expanding Hopland to District 1 and making District 5 more coastal and more compact. Next slide, please. And this is just briefly describing a summary of the ordinance. So currently, County Code Section 2.08010 details the form or principles of redistricting. And this revision to the same section addresses the updated state law requirements and specifically references those which begin at California Elections Code 21500, namely that boundaries be substantially equal in population as required by the United States Constitution, that boundaries comply with the Federal Voting Rights Act, and to the extent practicable, certain additional prioritized criteria. So rather than detailing each of those 5 criteria, this revision leaves some room for future redistricting to potentially not require further revision to that section, allowing for any future amendments or code statutory changes by the legislature. Current code section 2.08020 attached the final map for the last redistricting cycle in 2011. This current revision follows updated state law to allow for future redistricting to be established either by ordinance or by resolution and published on the county website. And this revision attaches the board's final map as Exhibit A, and as Exhibit B, a written description of each of the district's boundaries using the 2020 US Census tracts, block groups, and remaining blocks. That is the data that we were required to use through the redistricting process. So at this point, I would be happy to turn it over to the GIS administrator, Lee Farr, who may wish to pull up the final map and show the board before approving the final ordinance and considering any public comment. Thank you.
Okay, does everyone see the final map?
I think it's a little low on my screen.
Yeah, you need to bring it up a little bit, leave.
Does everyone see that now?
No.
Let me try again here. Better. Oh, you're seeing it on the other screen. Sorry. That makes a difference. Okay, this is the final map that was adopted by the board and attached to the ordinance as Exhibit A. And I'm here to answer any questions you might have on the boundaries.
Leaf, I'm not seeing any questions from board members.
Well, with that, I can stop sharing my screen if there are no questions.
Okay. And if you could be prepared to pull it back up in case we get public comment about the map and we'd like to show it again.
I will.
It's available online, of course. Okay. So this is a public hearing. Do we have any questions from board members or comments?
I'm ready to move approval when the time is right.
Right. I do see hands raised. So Peter Backme is a member of the public and was on the redistricting committee. Do you have a comment?
Yeah, I just would like to
add one short comment, which is that as the board looks forward to the next redistricting, I would, as a commissioner, like to make two recommendations. One is that it would be preferable if the board chooses the same format of a citizen advisory commission to have the commission appointed earlier in the process and be given more time to consider options. I think that this particular redistricting went very well, and I want to applaud everyone, particularly the staff and the other commissioners, for their diligent effort and work on this map. But it was done under a highly constrained time frame that was truly brought about beyond the county's control. But I would hope that that wouldn't occur in the next redistricting, and I would encourage the county to consider appointing a commission at least a month or so earlier than you were forced to do this time around. The second thing I'd really like to recommend to the Board of Supervisors is that in the future, hopefully, software application will become available at a price the county can afford that would be an easier interface between the public and the GIS system in order to allow the public to do what only LEAF could do in this go around, which was to actually provide concrete data as to how changing the district lines affected the demographics within the districts. And I think I don't think you can say enough about how well LEAF did in serving the county in this regard. But I do think that looking forward, we could do a better job of bringing the public in and getting them involved in this process if we had a software application that had an easier interface between that would allow them to do that kind of work on their own without having to rely so heavily on LEAF and the county staff. And so I just wanted to make sure I got those comments in before you wrap this process up. And I want to congratulate the board on a job well done.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Do we have any other, see Mary Zaidi, are there any other commissioners who would like to make comments? Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I'd certainly like to second what Mr. McNamee said. You know, I think that we do need to start earlier and forming the commission, and whatever software we can get that would provide better interface with the public would be very helpful. At the same time, I think that whoever, you know, that institutional knowledge that we create here needs to carry on for 10 years. And I certainly hope that Leaf Barr is around to continue another round of this because he was instrumental in keeping it together. But I really want to thank the commission and the staff, Sherry Johnson, Leaf Barr, Charlotte Scott, all for working on this really diligently and intensely for a shortened period of time. And I think that the public was well served in this process. Thank you.
Supervisor McGordy.
I want to just comment on the the good fit we had between our commission and recommendations and staff and the Board of Supervisors, because we're crossing the finish line, I think, in good condition. And you know, some of our neighboring counties are really struggling, and they didn't work that closely with the recommendations given to them by their citizen advisory group. So I'm really happy to see this go so smoothly, and it's you know, a great reflection on Team Mendocino being able to get things done. And thank everybody for working on it. It's great. And then I have a question, I guess, for County Council or maybe. Well, anyway, the question is, when does this become effective?
Through the chair, I believe I could answer that. It becomes effective 30 days from now, the new boundaries and the map.
Okay. Looking at the clerk of the board, are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this agenda item?
There are no public comments.
Okay. Any final comments from county staff? Okay. Well, with that, we're going to close the public hearing at 2:33. Would someone like to make a motion?
Move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call?
Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
Chair Dirty,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulherin,
Yes.
and Supervisor Haschak.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Right. Well, thank you everyone for all your hard work on this project. Okay, that takes us to item 5D, which is discussion and possible action, including acceptance of an informational update by the Department of Transportation on the county implementation of Senate Bill 1383, which involves short-lived climate pollutants, organic waste reductions, and this is being brought forward by the Solid Waste Division. See Howard and Amber from the Department of Transportation. Would either one of you like to lead the discussion?
Yeah, I have one slide. Am I able to share my screen? Okay, can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. This is just going to be a short informational presentation on where we're at with the implementation of SB 1383. So just as a short recap, SB 1383 represents the largest waste management legislative update in the last 30 years. It's huge. So to reduce methane generation, SB 1383 requires a 75% statewide reduction in the disposal of organic waste in landfills by 2025. And accordingly, CalRecycle has adopted regulations requiring local jurisdictions to implement specific actions and programs necessary to achieve the statewide target. So these regulations go into effect January 1st, 2022, but according to CalRecycle, most, if not all, jurisdictions are behind schedule. And as a result, SB 619 was recently signed into law, which delays penalties for non-compliance to January 2023. As long as jurisdictions submit a notice of intent to comply by March 1st, 2022. So what a notice of intent to comply is essentially a timeline and plan for compliance, for how you're going to come into compliance by 2023. I like this. Good news, we originally thought this was a totally unfunded mandate. CalRecycle has just recently announced a local assistance grant program to assist with limited implementation expenses during the first 2 years. They haven't released many details, but the funding notice should become available next month, which will have more details, and we should be able to apply soon. So as far as an update on what we're doing, we're currently drafting the required ordinance, which is a total rewrite of the solid waste title of county code, as well as update to some other titles of county code. We hope to bring that forward shortly in the next month or two. I've submitted an application for the low population waivers for the low population areas of the county, which excludes those areas from certain requirements of the regulations. It looks like areas 3 and 4, collection areas 3 and 4 will be totally exempt, and large areas of area 1 will be exempt from a lot of the requirements of the regulations. You just approved today the franchise agreement for area 2 to start in July. That franchise agreement is totally compliant with SB 1383, which is a huge step for us. And now we're working on updating the agreement for area 1, which is the other area where this applies. Some other activities that we've begun are coordinating the edible food recovery program, such as reaching out to food generators food recovery organizations. Our requirement is to make sure that they have a relationship and have contracts in place to be able to make sure that edible food is not disposed of, but given to organizations that can use it. We've also been working with our current franchise haulers to perform preliminary customer education to let their customers know that this is a requirement that's coming soon. Another big thing is that we've been looking at software programs. There are a lot of software programs out there that claim to be like the one-stop shop for all our reporting, data collection, coordination, everything. And we anticipate that it's going to be about a $20,000 annual expense. We do, from what we know so far, we think it's going to be well worth it because it will allow data collection from all the county departments that are involved, as well as from any outside entities that need to report to us. So I'm trying to get some demos to look at the pros and cons of each program that's available. So we did do a kickoff meeting with all the departments that we think are going to be involved in this. And soon we're going to start having one-on-one meetings with all the county departments. The three big things that we need to do that involve other departments are work on enforcement mechanisms, which will probably be with environmental health and code enforcement. The procurement, we need to update policy 1, which is a huge undertaking. And we also have countywide procurement targets for use of recycled materials such as compost and mulch. So a lot of county departments are going to have to come up with uses because even if we don't have a current need for it, we need to come up with a need. And then we also need to update sections of building code to implement certain requirements for water efficient landscaping and green building requirements. So CalRecycle will actually be at I think the second board meeting in January to give a full presentation on SB 1383 with all the details, but this was just intended to be a short update, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
So, Amber, many of us have been using composting bins in our kitchens and adding that food waste into the green recycle bins where it gets recycled or turned into compost and then sold to the public. And there's advantages with that. You don't have rodents or pests in if you were to have a compost. I mean, some people are happy to have their own compost at home, but some people just don't want to deal with it. What about workplaces? Like I'm just thinking the county offices here, there's, work break rooms, and I know they're largely uninhabited now because of COVID, but people will store food there, grab food, and maybe eat at their desk. But then if there's no composting bin in the workplace, so is that something that the county is looking at, is adding in composting bins in the workrooms so that food gets separated out so it can be composted?
Well, so the regulations contain very specific requirements based on the amount of waste that is generated in a workplace. And if you meet certain thresholds, you will need to have composting bins. My guess is that we do have a lot of county departments or buildings that will meet those thresholds and will need to. So that's definitely something that the county is going to have to look at.
It would seem, I think it's pretty sensible that we would offer that. Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of years ago, the Board of Supervisors received a presentation from Zero Waste Mindo that contained a lot of good ideas about how we could reduce our waste in general. But I think that this is a great opportunity to look at improving some of our processes. For instance, I noticed that the paper towels say that they could be recycled, which of course they can't. They need to be going into the mixed waste organic bin. I mean, that's a very simple change that could be implemented county-wide. I'm also really excited about the edible food recovery program. At the beginning of the shelter in place in March, I started taking the food from Lucky Grocery Store to the Ukiah Food Bank. And I still do that twice a week so that that food can go to those in need instead of going into the landfill. I also think it would be great if we could help promote letting people know which things go in which bin. The city uses CNS and they have a Ukiah Recycles website. You just type in the name of the item and it tells you exactly where to put it, which is very, very helpful. And the other big one I know I love to talk to people about is the pizza boxes that need to go into the green bin, the mixed waste organics bin. So I'm pretty excited about this and might be having a lot of calls from me.
Thank you, Supervisor Mulhern. Supervisor McGordy?
So right now we have Coal Creek Compost, which does a huge amount of business here in Mendocino County, and the local growers also are among some of the largest per capita users of compost in Mendocino County. And in fact, some years we've been net importers of compost. I just wondered what's our situation now in the number of licensed compost facilities in Mendocino County, because we're going to see this big increase of demand for recycling, and where do we stand and what's our capacity?
I don't have the numbers right offhand, but we are actually really lucky to have Cold Creek Compost, and we also have CNS, who's in the process of building a facility that's already permitted. So we will have 2 composting facilities in the county, and there's many counties that don't even have one and have to import all or export it out of the county. So we, I think, are in a really good position to handle this.
And I know that there was discussion about having a special rotary composter for food waste that was going to be installed in Ukiah. Has that ever happened, or do you know what the fate of that is? Because food waste represents a little bit of an issue. I think that someone alluded to it from a health point of view with rodents and such. And, there's an infamous infestation they had at Oak Manor School where they were trying to compost food waste and ended up having a rat colony, which wasn't very good. So there are some handling issues that center around food recycling, and it has to be dealt with a little differently than, say, green waste. So I just wondered what the status of that is. Maybe we'll hear more perhaps when we hear from the Cal Recycle people.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's specifically part of their presentation, but there are in the regulations and then also in the updates to the franchise agreements, there are very specific requirements about handling and storage of the waste.
Mm-hmm. And what kind of criteria are we using to prevent methane from being produced as we are stockpiling and working through this recyclable organic matter material? Do you have any idea?
That's been a big question of mine going through this, is that I'm sure, I don't know the science behind it, but I'm sure that the composting of organic waste also produces methane. So I don't know the difference between it decomposing, say just naturally in a landfill versus the amount of methane it produces, the composting process produces. But Cal Recycle is leaning heavily on these regulations to help meet the statewide targets. So I'm guessing that there is a large difference.
Yeah, most of it has to do with whether or not the process is aerobic or anaerobic. And of course, that's one of the issues that we have even with organic farming, is that there's times of the years where you can actually generate a fair amount of methane if you put the organic matter on at the wrong time, and then your soils get waterlogged. So those are some of the issues that long-term California is still trying to completely figure out. In general, I support all of this, but we still don't understand all the details in the process for reducing greenhouse gases. So it's something that people get pretty enthused about. But as a scientist, I know there's still some very gray areas as to whether or not, when we make compost, we're certainly not eliminating all methane from production. It's out there. But if you do it right, it's better than burying it in a landfill, because then it becomes anaerobic and the end product is methane as opposed to carbon dioxide.
Thank you, Professor McGordy, for enlightening us on these things. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So I was wondering about, you mentioned the software cost of $20,000 a year. What do you think the startup cost for that implementing the program would be and the timeline for it?
It's hard to say. There probably will be a lot of staff time that goes into it. Possibly some consultant time from our on-call solid waste consultant. At this point, I don't know exactly what the cost is going to be. But I do think that the software, this set of regulations comes with a huge amount of tracking and reporting. And every year we have to submit, we already do submit quite a bit of reporting to CalRecycle, but this is probably going to triple the amount of reporting that we have to do. And this is, if my understanding is that not every entity would need to purchase it. The county would be sort of the central purchaser of this software, and then the franchise haulers can enter information, and the food recovery organizations, and all the county departments, and then it will easily generate the information that we need to report every year. So I think that it will be a good investment, even if there is some upfront costs in implementing it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Amber, for the update on this legislation. Do we have any public comments in this agenda item?
We do not.
And so to recap, Amber, you're saying CalRecycle will be presenting with you sometime early next year with some additional information?
Yeah, it's scheduled for the second meeting in January, although I believe we don't know which date that will be officially yet.
Okay.
So I think we planned a 30-minute presentation at that point.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Withdrawn.
Okay. Okay, well, then the next item on our agenda, I believe, would be item 8B, which is discussion and possible action, including adoption of a resolution authorizing the county cannabis program director to submit a grant application and agreement to the governor's office of business and economic development for the cannabis equity grants program for local jurisdictions fiscal year 21-22 for an amount up to $5 million for purposes of funding the Mendocino County local equity program for an additional year and approving the reallocation of $5,000 from the cannabis program budget and allocation of $100,000 of cannabis business tax in the fiscal year 21-22 as a grant match upon grant award. And this is being, again, brought forward by the Cannabis Division.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Jurdy. We're bringing this forward today to request that we are able to submit the grant application for the Cannabis Equity Grant for, and I know they call it fiscal year, but it certainly looks like a calendar year, 21-22. And so we are requesting that we are allowed to submit for this grant. And then secondarily, we are requesting that the county match $100,000 of county funds in order to make the grant more competitive, which I can explain a little bit. It goes into the point scoring system of the grant. And so if we allocate funds from the county budget, we get a higher point score on this grant. And it is a competitive grant. So the more points that we get, the closer we get to receiving the $5 million requested.
Okay. Are there any questions by board members at this time? Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So the $100,000 you're requesting for a match, can we designate that money for a certain program such as cooperative development? Would that be appropriate? William, thank you.
I think that we would have to apply it to the grant evenly. And so we currently have 10% put into cooperative development right now. And so if we did that, we would be able to put 10% of that money into the cooperative development part of the grant.
So we would have to match exactly like So if we put in $100,000, we'd have to put in 10% for administration, 60% for direct grants, so forth.
That is my understanding. Unfortunately, the grant is very unspecific on the county match. They want to see it as an act of good faith by the county, and it is a scored point system. Obviously, we could put in $2 million or more and get more points, but that is unnecessary for this purpose.
Okay, and how much of the grant money has been given out so far?
So that's a tough question. Currently, we have allocated none of the grant money out for the direct grants. However, we have spent some of the grant money through our process with Elevate Mendocino to contract to get the portal open and to get the administration of the grant going. So it's currently in process. And as you should know through the ad hoc, we are moving forward with disbursements very soon.
Yeah, there's certainly concern about getting the grant money out, some of it by the end of the year, as soon as possible for most people who need that money. So is there anything the board can do to help expedite that process?
Unfortunately, I don't think so, due to the fact that we're tied up in the rules of the grant. We're tied up with the rules of the county, the auditor's office, county council, risks review. Unfortunately, it is a legal quagmire to expedite it, so to speak.
Supervisor McGordy?
So I just have a few questions about how the grant was generated. So was this done pretty much internally in your department, or did you have any hearings or interactions with cannabis industry members?
So the grant itself was generated internally in our department, but it was generated through the stakeholder process of which we used to create the cannabis equity program assessment, of which the grant is heavily influenced by that document that we generated, not we generated, but we had generated by MCA and also through Humboldt State University studies.
Well, I just think it's a good idea whenever possible to get stakeholders involved, because I find that buy-in on these things works better. I realize that your department's slammed, but I think that there's there's angst that's created when people feel like they're not being heard or they don't have a chance to participate. So I kind of encourage in our future grant processes to have town halls or some other opportunity to give input. And I think Supervisor Haschak and I would help you facilitate that if you needed assistance.
I should chime in if I may, through the chair. This is Kristen Everell, Cannabis Program Director.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think it's just a couple things to note here. We do hold monthly public equity meetings. The grant proposal is usually, the solicitation usually opens in the beginning of the new year. So it usually runs January to February. I would say it did catch us a little off guard this year as it is due in December, which it has never been in this timeline before. And it's really the grant application that's in front of you today is almost identical to the applications for the last two solicitations. Basically, what we did in crafting this grant application is we updated it to show what programs had been projected years prior that we have already implemented, such as monthly meetings with the public and equity applicants to help them learn more about the program, and so that we can answer any questions about the program and hear any concerns. So I just wanted to make sure that the board was well aware, and the public also, that we do have monthly meetings discussing the Cannabis Equity Grant Program. Those meetings are generally held the third Wednesday of every month, but that third Wednesday was complicated in November because of Thanksgiving, and then would have been complicated in December because of the Christmas holiday. So we merged those two meetings together and held that meeting on December 1st. But come January, we will be back on that third Wednesday of every month meeting. Folks who are interested in attending those meetings should sign up for the Cannabis notification system, which is our primary notification system for such meetings. Oh, and one more thing, my apologies. We have spent down some of the fee waiver monies. So we did award, I want to say 3 or 4 fee waivers in the last month or so.
Supervisor McGordy?
So Kristen, based on that, do you feel like you have adequate input from the cannabis industry when you're doing this grant proposal, that you have a pretty good feel of the wants and needs of the industry?
I mean, I think if the solicitation is kind of specific to, it doesn't really cover the wants and the needs as much as the policy that the board puts forward covers the wants and the needs of the community, right? So what we've done in the cannabis program is brought the conversations that we've heard have been hangups during our public meetings back to the board so that the policy manual can be addressed and changed so that the program itself becomes more accessible. And we're more than happy to continue doing that in the future. And a lot of that information that we get comes directly from those monthly public meetings that we have. And this is why we came back in July, and then we came back again in, I want to say, October. There's a few other things that we have of note that might warrant coming back early in the new year. But again, it's not the grant itself so much that shapes the programs. The board has shaped the programs in the policy manual.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jordy. So how many applicants do we have at this point? Because I've seen we had 50 and then maybe we're up to 100, and how many have been deemed eligible and are good to go and all that kind of information.
Do you mind giving me a minute so I can pull up the presentation from this last meeting, and then I'll raise my hand to respond to that?
Sure.
William, maybe I could ask you a question while Chris is looking this up. Could you just sort of recap the deadline for expending these grant dollars? And I see that they were seeking an extension, but what's the general timeframe?
So the general timeframe outlined in the grant isn't necessarily a hard deadline. The grant itself says that the state may recoup the money if it's not spent by February 22nd. And that's a May. And so if we make an honest effort towards trying to spend this money down, it's the belief of mine and Kristen that they won't.
Okay, thanks. Kristen, were you able to look up that information?
Yep, I have that information. So as of November 30th of this year, we had received 147 completed applications for eligibility. Out of those applications, 71 have been approved, 72 are in underwriting, and 4 had been deemed ineligible. And I don't have the reasons for those ineligibility determinations. For direct grants, we have received 43 completed direct grants. We've approved 14, and we have 29 in underwriting. Fee waivers, we've received 37 completed applications for fee waivers. 7 are approved and 29 are in underwriting. And for technical assistance, we've received 29 completed applications, 9 have been approved, and 20 are in underwriting. So today, if we count all of the approved applications, including the equity eligibility applications, we have approved 101 applications. We have 150 in process and 256 that have been completed. And I just a little timeline note on this. We did not release the online application portal program or website until probably around June. So this has been a pretty significant lift by our partners over at Elevate Mendocino to really process the eligibility applications, underwrite the direct grant, the fee waiver, and the technical assistance applications.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jordy. So if a person's approved and their application is good to go, it sounds like we have 101 of those.
Yes, between eligibility applications, direct grant, fee waivers, and technical assistance, there are 101. So 14 approved direct grants, 7 approved fee waivers, and 9 technical assistant grants. And so what the approved status means, it means that the underwriting is completed. Our contract administrators have given us a recommendation on, and we've had a discussion about the budget and the scope of what's in that grant application or that fee waiver application. And I have agreed that it meets the parameters of what the board has decided to allocate funding for in the equity program. It does not mean that all of those have been through risk review and moved on to or into their final agreement, so to speak. So just because something is approved, it doesn't mean that we're writing the check tomorrow. We still have some internal processes that need to happen. Just want to make sure that everyone's aware of that.
So I'll ask the same question that I asked William. Is there anything that the board can do to expedite the process for getting the checks out?
No, I don't believe there is at this time. We are, working through what those processes are to initially start moving this program forward as far as issuing checks. We are hopeful that we'll be able to get a couple checks out by the end of the year, but I want to emphasize that there is no deadline associated with the end of 2021 calendar year. The only deadline that we have currently is to spend down the $2.2 million by February 22nd of 2022. And we do have confidence that we'll be able to do that probably with a significant amount of ease at this point, because we do have a significant number of applicants that have been approved and then 30 more almost in underwriting. So I don't think we're going to have a hard time spending the funds down. It just might mean that people will not get their checks until January of 2022.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Kristen and William. I'm going to go to the clerk of the board's office. Do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
We do. We have 3 public comments. First on the line is Michael Katz, followed by Ron Edwards and Monique Ramirez.
Good afternoon, board. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. Thank you for pulling this item and having it part of the discussion today. This is one of 3 items that are cannabis related that were put on the consent calendar. And in general, we definitely suggest that having these as full items so that there can be this kind of conversation around how these are approached would be beneficial to the entire community. Having created a needs assessment several years ago with input from the community related to how this program should be set up, many of our initial recommendations unfortunately did not make it into the program. And as we've seen, we've spent many, many months continuing to evaluate it and change it. And unfortunately, those evaluations and changes have still not led to any direct funds being provided to applicants. Well, I fully understand and appreciate that there's no calendar deadline of the end of this year for funds distribution. That deadline is significant for many of these small businesses and these equity operators who do have low funds and are of the low income variety. And receiving a grant of $50,000 in one calendar year could create substantial impact for them that is unintended. There are certainly suggestions that have been raised that there are delays happening with regards to the contracts themselves, the grant agreements that have potentially been held up within the county council's office. And so we encourage that the board direct county council to work urgently with MCP and the auditor's office to ensure that the distribution of equity funds can happen before December 31st for those folks who are able to receive them. And simultaneously, we recommend that the county contact the DCC to request extension or clarification if this indeed February 28th is not a hard deadline it would be certainly in the interest of all of us to know that and be able to breathe a sigh of relief that these funds may not be distributed. We also have some included in our memo, a couple of items that we feel should be revised in this application, specifically $250,000 for the traditional cannabis cooperative education as it relates to the state regulations, which according to Dr. Keith Taylor from UC Davis and others, are woefully insufficient for what our community needs. So it would be better to see those funds redirected into other alternative useful arenas or direct grants. And we propose that the $250,000 for business development education be transferred into technical assistance grants. And we generally would like to see mechanisms for review quarterly to ensure that this program is as effective.
Chair, next on the line is Ron Edwards.
Good afternoon, Board. I am a little concerned since we have been talking since June about this February 28th deadline. And now we are thinking that it might not be a solid deadline. I think that if we could get some solid clarification, because otherwise we should be going forward as if that is the deadline. I think that that would be the more prudent way to approach this. As far as the access goes, I would hope that going forward with these meetings, particularly this last one with the change to December 1st, if the Zoom link could be a public Zoom link, because if an applicant or somebody decides or hears about the meeting, they're not able to jump in and get on that without having to do an email first. So better access to that would be good. Appreciate the meetings, but that would be much appreciated. And again, let's go forward with the February 28th so we can get this done, get these funds to the farmers. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Last on the line is Monique Ramirez. Monique is no longer on the line, so that concludes public comment.
Chair Judy, if I may, Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. I just need to do a clarifying ask here on the cannabis business tax. Is it the ask of the cannabis unit to be obligating $100,000 of the cannabis business tax upon submission? If so, I would like to inform this board no increase in the cannabis business tax has been projected for this fiscal year, and I don't expect any new projections until mid-year.
Darcy, are you referring to this current fiscal year?
Yes, fiscal year 21-22.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, a few things. One is that 100,000 I don't think exists. So we're gonna have to figure out where we wanna cut. Next, Supervisor Haschek has been advocating for the cooperatives. It's an interesting model. I'd love to see a plan, and I'm hopeful that something could be developed there. Based on the feedback from MCA, it seems like that's probably not an area that we should be funding today because of state policy, that there's really no way for our local applicants to make use of it in the short term. Is it fair to follow the MCA recommendation that we reallocate that portion?
I believe that those funds are already in what's called the technical assistance pool of funding anyways, right? So the grant itself is broken into a direct grant pool, a fee waiver pool, and a technical assistance pool. And the board previously had created programs within the technical assistance pool that included the cooperative education programs and then some other educational programs. So I do believe that the board could revisit the policy of what they would like to offer what they would like to offer for technical assistance programs. And I think there's some confusion because oftentimes when we talk about technical assistance, it's used in a way to kind of describe hiring consultants and other types of technical experts. That is allowed in the equity grant, but that funding is in the direct grant bucket, so to speak. It's not in the technical assistance bucket. defer to William and ask him if he wants to follow up on this response, if you don't mind.
I would love to look into it. My concern, though, is related to the grant. It is a competitive scored grant, and part of it is that we offer those services and that we inform the state that we offer those services. And so by having this as a line item in the budget that we are spending money on, we're proving to the state that we are offering these services through the grant. And so it could lower the amount of money that we get if we change that budget item.
Okay, and then last, how realistic is it to have these checks out by December 31st? Or how many would you expect by December 31st?
Maybe a handful. It's going to be incredibly hard to get them out by December 31st because it's a 2-week check processing period. So what we turn in this week by Thursday will not get processed fully until next Thursday. And then those checks will go into the mail. So with the holiday, those dates get skewed and makes it a little more challenging.
Is County Council's office holding you up?
County Council's office is no longer holding us up. We did receive back the formatted grant agreements, and our Elevate Impact partners have been formatting approved grant applications into agreements. We've been sending them over to us and moving those forward. But we also are still waiting for some response from the contractors or contracting department of the county so that we can better understand the processing of the executed agreements, exactly who signatories on those executed agreements need to be as far as executive office and county council. We've set aside some appointment times for folks. We do need to have the applicants execute their agreements before we can even start processing a check. So we've set aside some times for tomorrow and for today. We have not yet had anyone sign up because they haven't made it far enough in the process with the approvals to, and or haven't been available to perhaps, right, make an appointment with us to execute those agreements.
Supervisor Hashtag.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So it seemed like with the original grant that we had a matching fund of $100,000, I think, that the board committed. And did we use those funds?
Those funds have been put into the equity grant account, so they do show in the account that they were deposited. I can't say we've used them or haven't used them. They are in the pool of funding and they show up as a line item from the county, along with $5,000 that was put into the grant fund by the Mendocino Cannabis program. And you know, it was, as we were preparing the grant, a bit unclear to us as to what the board's intention was with that original $100,000 pool. So the paperwork in the board resolution suggests that it's a one-time fund, but the fiscal analysis suggests that it's an annual contribution. So we put it in there as a proposal, unknowing what the original intention had been when that $100,000 first came forward from the board, which was greatly appreciated.
Okay, so that money that's still in that fund can't be used for this match.
No, we can't pull it out and then apply it as the second match.
Okay, and then this, the question of getting clarification from the DCC about the February deadline, whether that's hard or soft or whatever.
It is a deadline. So it's a February 20th, 2022 is the deadline for spending down the 2019-2020 grant funding or grant award that we received. However, the language about combing back funds is not a shall, it's a may, right? So it is at the discretion of the Department of Cannabis Control as to whether or not they choose to comb back funds that have not been spent. And I think, you know, this speaks to William's point earlier, you know, if we are, you know, standing up this program and we're very close to, you know, spending down all of those funds, we're certainly hoping that they will give us the additional time to spend down the remainder. So it is a may. it's not a shop.
So do you think it'd be beneficial just to get clarification, have some communication with them?
I don't think it makes sense to do that until we've significantly spent down funds. And with the amount of grants that we've approved, I do imagine that these funds are going to be spent down significantly, if not to zero. I think the problem or the place where we are likely to have challenge in spending down the funds is in the technical assistance pool. The technical assistance program that the board brought forward, which is what we are held to currently, is a series of webinars. So it includes a series of 2-hour webinars, one on the introduction to the cooperative model. Another option is the role of governing documents of cannabis cooperatives. The third is forming a cannabis cooperative. The fourth is cannabis cooperative leadership models. And then state regulations, policy, and taxation laws for cooperatives. And then also an opportunity for, So there's a cannabis cooperative that has all of those pieces in it as a 2-hour webinar. There's a business development webinar that the board approved for this program. And then there's 12 hours of one-on-one consulting work that includes developing a business and marketing plan, accounting and bookkeeping, loan application preparation, human resources management, capital procurement services, and business operations. And that's the structure that the board set forth for the program. For technical assistance, those are the funding categories the board developed.
Okay, and last question is, with the cutting of the checks, would it help to have direction from the board for county council to work with the cannabis program and auditor's office to ensure expedited check process?
I think that's a question for the auditor's office. Frankly, I don't know that they have what their pathway would be to expedite cutting checks. They have, I'm sure they have a process. I mean, this is why we are told that we have to process from our department to the auditor's office no later than close of business on Thursday. They wrap up their processing the following week on Thursday and mail those checks out. So I cannot speak for the auditor's office as to whether or not there's a way to expedite checks being cut.
Chair Jurdy, is there a way to get the auditor to answer this question?
We could ask the clerk of the board to try to bring in the acting auditor into this discussion. Sure.
Thank you.
She's not currently on the line.
Can someone maybe contact her and see if she can join the meeting?
Yes, we will.
Okay. Are there any other questions? William?
Yeah, Chair Jurdy, I would just like to share too that we do not necessarily have to be awarded the 100,000 county match. It is just a request of the cannabis program as well. Essentially, the scoring formula is any dollar amount above $1 to $250,000 is where 5 points come in. And then, of course, we're talking about prohibitive amounts of $1 million is when you get 15 points, 1.5 is when you get 20 points. And so it's purely a scoring metric. And so we can do anywhere from $1 to $250,000. But the more money that we give obviously looks better to the state.
So, William, for clarification, would $1 make the county eligible for 5 points, or is it a proportion of the $200,000?
$1 would make us eligible for the 5 points, but as it is a competitively scored grant, it would look better if it was more than one.
I hear 50,000. Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, I was going to ask questions along those lines about 100,000 and where would we get it. So it seems like if we put in 20,000, we'd still get the 5 points. And since it's a scored, competitive bid, we'd get the same amount of points, whether we put in $1 or 100,000. So maybe we should put in 10,000.
Yeah, absolutely. But there is a part of the overall grant that is scored quantitatively, qualitatively, not quantitatively. And so I'm thinking about the two things running concurrently.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I'm not so concerned about looking good to the state. We're doing the state's dirty work of trying to complete cannabis licensing. They should be thanking us. And if we get 5 points for putting $1 in, I move we allocate $1.
Okay, Kristen?
Yeah, it might also be helpful to note that we will have accrued additional points this year simply because of the number of applicants that have made it through the application process for eligibility and have been deemed eligible. There are probably some other areas in the grant where we are going to score better, simply probably in our outreach and communications, because the previous 2 years of grants, those were proposed programs that hadn't been launched, and this year, those are programs that are active and ongoing. So, you know, 4 points, 5 points, we've already exceeded the 4 to 5 points in some other categories.
Supervisor Hashak?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So it seems like since we haven't spent the 100,000 that we already committed, maybe putting in a $1 is appropriate. You know, we can use that justification that when we spend that down, maybe we'll put in some more. So with that, I would move recommendation of the adoption of the resolution
Second.
with $1 instead of the 100,000.
Second.
Okay. I think I've asked for public comment. And just looking at the clerk of the board, did we already ask for public comment on this item?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Can we have a roll call?
Shamice is on the line.
Yeah, I see that. I was going to go to it because it's really a question of her that's separate from the motion. So if we could go to the roll call first.
Okay. Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
Chair Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulherin,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashjack.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thanks. Ms. Cubison, there was a question that was asked about the process of the checks, and I think Supervisor Hashak had the question about the process of Cannabis Division requesting some sort of expedited process for the payment of the checks. Maybe Supervisor Hashak, you could ask the question again.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Yeah, Shamice, thank you for being on. And, you know, I think you're aware of this situation of trying to get the checks out before the end of the year for some people. So, you know, what do you need from us to be able to do this? Or do you see a path forward to make it possible?
So Shamice Cubison, Acting Auditor Controller. I'm sorry, I was not following the meeting this afternoon, but in general, we would need, I'm not sure if there's a grant agreement for each of these grants that needs to be signed by the grantor or the grantee. I'm guessing there is, but I'm not really sure. I've not been presented with what potential documents there may be. But generally, we would need the agreement. We would need some type of memo or invoice from the Cannabis Division, and it would be need to be entered into an accounts payable batch and reviewed for processing, and then we would issue the checks. So it really depends on, you know, how many signatures we're looking for, if there is an agreement or if there's not agreement. If we just need memos or invoices that are either issued or obtained by the Cannabis Division and submitted for processing through the accounts payable mechanism, you know, we are happy to try to get that processed. Obviously, our office is technically closed the week of Christmas. It's my understanding, if it's still correct, but I, like I said, wasn't watching the meeting today, that there's a desire potentially to get checks issued by the end of the calendar year. If that's the case, I think that is possible, but it may not take place till the last week of the month. But again, we'd need those other documents if they're relevant.
So would it help to have board direction for county council to work with the MCP and auditor's office to see what needs to be done to make this happen?
I'm sure it would assist with the process, but like I said, I mean, we haven't been made aware of whether there is grant agreement required or not. I mean, I'm honestly not really up to speed on what the issue is, other than I have been contacted by Michael Katz and made aware that there's a concern that payments be out by the end of the year. So I don't know, where it's in the county council review process, if the documents exist, if they just need to be signed, maybe there isn't a document, I'm not clear. I'm sorry, I wish I had more information.
Sure. Kristen, is there any follow-up question that you might have or comment?
Yeah, I do. Can you, Shanice, would you be so kind as to walk us through the AP batch timeline? I think this is where there's some potential maybe confusion between the board and how that process works, and whether or not there's the ability to expedite the AP process timeline. Because when we checked in with your office, it seemed like we would have to do the AP processing in-house by close of business on Thursday, and then checks could not be cut until the following Thursday, and if they needed to be mailed, they could not be, say, picked up in our office by chance.
Well, I think the part of the issues that we're talking about, where we're talking about holiday, or we're talking about holiday office closure, whether we have staff that are actually scheduled to be working that week. We don't presently have an accounts payable check run scheduled for Christmas week. So I would have to verify whether we have staff on hand that can do that. We do process emergency check runs if there appears to be a valid reason for that. And, we will expedite a process if we have the ability to perform that function, if we have the staff and that doesn't interfere with another, posting process that might have other implications. So, yes, the normal routine is that you turn that information in on Thursday, and the checks are cut the following Thursday, because our office does audit and review every invoice, for meeting purchasing authority of some kind, and, batching the whole, county's, invoices into one check run. It's not quite as simple as, pushing a button and they just kind of spit out, but we will, make every effort, as long as we have, probably at least 24 to 48 hours in order to do that. But the documents need to be complete, fully executed and in order for us to be able to make that commitment.
Okay. Does that provide more information to the cannabis division?
In general, I'm sorry, just, as long as you reach out, and generally, if it's an emergency check run, if you let me know to make that request, so that I can determine what the schedule is with staffing, and if we're able to meet it, then we generally do it whenever possible.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, it looks like that concludes this agenda item. There are, I think, 3 more consent calendar items. And why don't we go next to the, Kristen, you might want to stick around for this. Item 8A, which was consent item having to do with resolution requesting state cultivation tax reform brought forward by Supervisor Williams.
Excuse me, Chair Jurdy. This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. I just want to clarify, was there an intention to make that a directive regarding the expedited check process?
Okay, looking to Supervisor Hashak.
Well, I guess if a directive's needed, I think that it sounds like the cannabis program needs to be communicating with county council and the auditor's office to make this happen. And I hope that that's the agreement we have.
Supervisor Williams?
Perhaps we could have an update next week, and the program and the auditor could communicate between now and then.
Okay, I think that probably covers it. Hope to have an update next week. Okay, maybe now we could go to the first of, I think, of 3 consent calendar items for this afternoon. the resolution requesting a state cultivation tax reform from Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so I think we all recognize the state tax is impeding our ability at a local level to transition the illicit market into the regulated market. Besides having to jump through a whole lot of nearly impossible hoops, they get penalized by probably paying most of their revenue to the state in taxes. And incidentally, Oakland passed a resolution very similar to this, almost identical earlier today. I expect a number of other jurisdictions will also pass it. So I think it's a way to send the state a message that we need their help in order to complete the legalization of cannabis. The tax structure needs to be reconsidered.
All right. Any board member questions or comments? Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Yeah, I totally agree that the state needs to reconsider their tax structure. And, probably the county needs to do its part in restructuring too, because times are different than they were. And I think that, we need to have a standing committee to look at that. So I hope that in the new year, we can kind of delve into some of those issues with a standing committee that would have more time to consider the implications and everything.
Right. Do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
We do. First on the line is Michael Katz, followed by Ron Edwards and Monique Ramirez.
Good afternoon, board. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. We sincerely appreciate this item being brought up today on the important topic of cannabis tax reform. As you may recall, in January of this year, MCA provided a comprehensive list of recommendations for the county legislative platform in collaboration with Origins Council. Included in that list was a recommendation to advocate for state cannabis tax reform in order to support the viability of regulated cannabis industry within rural legacy producing regions such as Mendocino County. This remains to be a policy priority for our organizations heading into 2022. We strongly believe that the best way to approach the state with a tax reform proposal is as a partner, doing everything possible on the local level to match the challenge of the moment for our licensed cannabis businesses. To this end, we propose the following local tax reform suggestions that would both provide relief for struggling licensees and signal to the state that Mendocino County is ready to work together with them to address the existential crisis our community is facing. First, we recommend the board give direction that cannabis cultivation taxes only be levied based on the amount of canopy being grown minus any potential crop loss by a licensee, not based on their permit size. It's our understanding that the current tax initiative does not mandate that the tax is based on permit size, and that it would be under the authority of the board to adjust this aspect of the framework without changing the ordinance, potentially through tax credits if necessary. We further recommend that the board work with stakeholders to sponsor an ordinance change to the tax code that would base cultivation taxes on gross receipts with no guaranteed minimum. We believe that initiating these reforms will substantially bolster our efforts when asking the state to help provide tax relief. We look forward to working with the board on both state and local solutions to the significant financial challenges being faced by our locally licensed cannabis operators. Finally, in passing any resolution, in addition to our recommendations, we suggest that all uses of the term black market be excluded from official county documentation due to its problematic nature and contributing to a culture of racism and white supremacy. We propose alternative wording such as unregulated market or unlicensed market be used in this resolution and in any subsequent documentation. We sincerely appreciate your desire to support our locally licensed operators during this challenging time, and we remain available to work with you to maximize our county's ability to address these issues, both locally and at the state level. Thank you for your consideration.
Next on the line is Ron Edwards, followed by Monique Ramirez and a voicemail.
Good afternoon again, board. I wanted to thank Supervisor Williams for bringing this forward. This is an important first step at the state level. And I think, however, as Michael Katz pointed out, that it's nice to see that some of these local jurisdictions that are sending these letters to the state are also looking at local tax reform. And particularly when we're looking at the mixed light situation, to where the taxes on that was designed that there would be multiple crops up to 3 per year. But in talking with operators and getting orders for clones going forward this year, a lot of operators are going to be narrowing down to 2, possibly 1, and an outdoor. So I hope with Supervisor Haschek's recommendation with a standing committee, we could go and look into this a little bit better in the coming year. And keep in mind that right now, selling a quart of firewood will bring a cultivator more income than selling a pound of cannabis. Thank you for your time.
Next on the line is Monique Ramirez. Monique is no longer on the line. Moving on to the voicemail.
Hi, this is Corinne Powell again, and I promised the last time I'm speaking today regarding item 8A. I don't know whether you follow all of the state press releases and various industry communications and news, but recently it's been published that approximately 45% of prices from retailers to consumers is just tax, 45%. We know that the illicit market is thriving because clearly they have no tax burdens among no other burdens. It's very important that we as a county do the right thing via taxation and that we encourage all types of tax reform at the state level as well. So I want you to understand that what the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance has been doing, not only on taxes, not only on portal issues, but in every sector of our cannabis community, MCA has been proposing very valid recommendations and trying to educate the board in areas where they don't have as much exposure as those of us in the industry. It's very important that we address the state issues and our own local issues on taxation reasonably and with local community input. Thank you for your consideration.
That concludes public comment on this item.
Would someone like to make a motion?
I move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call?
Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulherin,
Yes.
and Chair Dirty.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so I think we just have 2 remaining consent calendar items that were pulled from this morning so that we can have a little more discussion. The next one is item 4F, which is direction of staff to allocate cannabis business tax revenue with clarity in manner approved by voters. Agenda item brought forward by Supervisors Williams and McGorty. Maybe before you speak, I see this as like a helpful follow-up to the budget adoption. At the time that the board adopted this year's budget, the 21-22 fiscal year budget, one of the things that we said was we wanted to see in the budget, obviously it would be too late for this year's budget, but for next year's budget, we wanted to see in the budget the revenues from the cannabis program as authorized by the ballot measure, and the expenditure of those funds as advised by the advisory measure to align and show that a majority of the funds, as the advisory said, were spent on 4 items: enforcement, fire and emergency services, roads, and mental health services. And so I think today's consent calendar items, if we can have a discussion about it, I think could be helpful in leading there. My own thought is that we gave that direction at the time we adopted the budget, but it might be appropriate for the board to, let's say, take our what we now have as an ad hoc committee on the fiscal year 21-22 budget. We have a year-round budget process. Supervisor Williams and myself could, as a part of that mission, make sure that we communicate the board's desire to see that in the development of next year's budget, as we said at the time of adoption of this year's budget, that we see that, you know, in clear black and white language in next year's budget, because again, we'll be giving input throughout the year on this year's budget, which of course leads into next year's budget. So those are my thoughts on how I think would probably be the best way to implement what I think everybody on the board wants to see, which is the tax dollars, a majority of them allocated to the 4 areas that the voters said through the advisor they wanted to see the funds allocated. So anyway, so I just wanted to lead in with that. So Supervisor Williams and McGorty.
Chair, I appreciate that, and I could live with that recommendation. Supervisor McGorty and I started looking at this because water has become a crisis, and frankly, it's a crisis inland and on the coast for different reasons. And we're recognizing the inland water problem needs immediate funding. And we wanted to see if we could get support from our colleagues to dedicate $1 million of the cannabis business tax for water projects. While looking at it, we realized it's not clear that we're following the advisory. And one way to follow it and keep in line with other very high priority pressing concerns would be allocate the remainder evenly between local fire/EMS and enforcement of marijuana. And I think this meets the voter advisory that was passed, while reflecting the times we're in. So, Supervisor McGorty, would you like to add anything?
I think you covered it pretty well. It's just that we have a drought emergency going on now into its 3rd year, which is extremely concerning. It's expensive to do things in water, and we're trying to write grants and find ways to leverage whatever dollars that we have, but we will need to be able to have matching funds, and as well as start up or restart our Mendocino County Water Agency, which has never really gone away completely, but it's been pretty underfunded. So this is a way of showing a definite public benefit to from the cannabis industry to Mendocino County, and I think that's why Supervisor Williams and I are moving this forward.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Yeah, you know, when I saw this on the consent calendar, I was really surprised that we would have a $1 million ask plus $6 million of the cannabis money at stake, you know, and redirected as a budget item. And so I just wondered, how did this ever become a consent calendar item? That was the first thing. And then I'm working with Supervisor McGorty on the drought task force, and we've been instrumental in getting this water agency up and running. We brought forth the agenda item for, you know, the GEI contract for $307,000 to get the water agency up and running, to see how we could properly fund it. You know, they would do all these studies on it. And so I was really, I'm kind of shocked that this came forward as another item, and I don't know how it went to Supervisors McGorty and Williams instead of the task force. I think that there could be some Brown Act issues there. And then, you know, just if we're looking at spending $1 million on the water agency, I thought the whole idea of the spending this $307,000 was to get the water agency so it's kind of self-funding, and they show us the direction that we need to go into so that we don't need to use general fund money for it. And so those are like serious questions that I don't understand how we got here. At the same time, I appreciate that maybe it will be an ongoing budget discussion. Certainly when we look at the cannabis tax and what the people voted, it doesn't say create a water agency with that money. So, certainly we're doing things with that money through the general fund that are for code enforcement. We're upping the money for, emergency medical services and fire services. So anyway, I just don't think that this is a proper way to do a budget.
So if I could briefly respond, Brown Act, Council did declare it as substantially different from any ad hoc. We did ask. And I think for transparency, the way this came about is Supervisor McGorty reached out to me about the possibility of a county-wide tax for water. And it got the conversation started. Of course, I highlighted people in Wallall or Fort Bragg probably don't want to pay for an inland water problem and vice versa. Water's problems are very local. I actually think a tax on a local level would be difficult anywhere in the county, except maybe Potter Valley, maybe people who aren't paying and have a real crisis, they may not have water at all. They may be willing to sustain a tax. Most of the county, I think, is probably hesitant, especially after some past taxes. That got us thinking about how could we fund the water agency to fix some of the immediate problems. And cannabis business tax is one of those that we considered. So we didn't jump immediately to this and try to front run the drought task force. It was more that we came to this conclusion after looking at all the options regarding tax. Supervisor McGorty could probably say more. I think the reason he included me was to try to get an inland and coast representation on any potential tax.
That's exactly right. So, we're trying to figure out how we're going to fund not only the water agency, but the Ukiah Valley Groundwater Basin Management Agency, Sustainable Management Agency, and other water needs that and including having matching funds for grant applications, because that's often what has to happen when you apply for grants. There's got to be a match. So we're just trying to find a way in our very needy county to move forward. And Supervisor Williams thought that rather than try to put a tax, a ballot initiative, that this might be an alternative way for us to move relatively quickly because the needs are great.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. During the very early cannabis conversations, I sat in on many meetings, and there were a lot of needs and a lot of asks for what might happen with future cannabis business tax. Regardless of how much money we're actually having come in, the measure that went to the voters, I think that it's critically important that the board follow that measure. And so I don't have enough information from this agenda summary item that would tell me precisely how much money would go to mental health and roads, because those are also very real needs. But beyond being real needs, such as the water agency is also a very real need. We have a water issue. That's not what the voters voted for. And so I need, very clear information about how those items are being funded. And we still don't have that. So maybe Supervisor or Chair Jurdy's idea of having the budget ad hoc work on bringing something back is probably the best way to move forward.
So I'd request that we have the budget ad hoc work with staff to ensure that we have a good presentation in this budget and true line items that show where the cannabis dollars are going, and then a majority of the funds go to the 4 areas that were outlined in the advisory measure, and bring that back to the board prior to budget adoption as work of the ad hoc. And then Supervisor McGorty, you and Supervisor Hashak are on the drought task force. I know it's sort of a daunting task, but if you guys could continue to look for funding sources for really jumpstarting and moving ahead our water rate to see which, as you said, is true. It's been underfunded and pretty anemic for many years. So if the two of you could continue working on those ideas, I think that might be the best way to tackle both these issues. So can we kind of agree that that's maybe the best case, the best course forward?
So I would like to understand the legislation, I guess, on cannabis. Is it just restricted to those issues? Is that all that you can spend the money on that was in the original ballot?
So, no, it's not. So it was a general tax. So as you, I think you probably know, when there's a general tax, it goes to the general fund. And ironically, that only requires a 50% vote of the voters to adopt. However, we wanted to give an indication to the voters that we wanted to enhance services in the county and not just pay for existing, not strictly pay for existing services. And so we had pretty extensive discussions among the board about what we thought were the highest priority issues. And those were the 4 that the board could agree on. And we wanted to have a unanimous vote of the board to put this on the ballot. And those were the 4 items that we could come to a unanimous agreement to put it on as an advisory. So again, the advisory is not legally binding, but I think it, it's sort of a matter of honor that we try to honor it. And it said, again, enforcement, fire and emergency services, roads, and mental health services. So if we're to live up to this measure, this advisory measure, we need to show in the budget that we're spending a majority of the funds derived from the tax in those 4 areas. And a majority is at least 51%, but hopefully it's more than that. But it's not saying anything beyond what the measure actually said. So can we just sort of agree to have the 2 ad hocs continue their work, but to take this discussion as part of direction from the full board for our ad hocs?
Well, I think it may be difficult to have 2 ad hocs working on this.
Well, so the ad hoc on the water would be working on continue to look for funding for the water system, and the other ad hoc to work on clear budget presentation on the 4 items that were on in the advisory.
Well, I think that with the water issues, we're submitting our $2 million grant application for the urban multi-benefit grant, to do water studies, where we just committed the $307,000 to the GEI to do this, to standing up the water agency and figure out how to self-fund it, and to do that kind of work. So I think that we are doing a lot of things on it. Are there possible grants in the meantime that we could be applying for, or are there, other avenues that we could be looking into? Yeah, I think certainly that could be part of our purview in the drought task force, because we've got a drought going on for another year. So I think there's a lot of work to be done.
Okay, I see a hand raised in the clerk of the board's chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the chair's on the right track in trying to disentangle any potential overlaps for any ad hocs. I just wanted to make sure that the board is aware it's a little bit more complicated than I think initially articulated. My understanding is that the purpose for which Supervisor Williams and Supervisor McGorty were meeting were to discuss possible tax mechanisms related to IWPC and their potential proposals for a tax or similar mechanism there. So I think that if you had the drought ad hoc looking at issues related to raising funds, you need to be really clear that it wasn't going to be incorporating anything related to the imposition of a tax, either by the IWPC or by the water agency or by the county itself. Otherwise, you run into the overlap there. What you could potentially do, I think you just need to be really clear as to what each ad hoc is doing. But I think what we could potentially do with the drought ad hoc is if you do want to have them working on something related to funding, it'd be limited to state grants, assuming that hasn't already been discussed between Supervisors Williams and McGorty, or really between McGorty and any other supervisor.
Okay, so does that work for the drought ad hoc?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So did we have any public comment on this agenda item?
We do. First on the line is Janet Pauley, followed by Ron Edwards and Michael Katz.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I was planning on, this is Janet Pauley, Chair of the Mendocino County Inland Water and Power Commission. That's a joint powers authority, as you're well aware. Mendocino County is one of the member agencies, so is the City of Ukiah, Potter Valley Irrigation District, Redwood Valley County Water District, and the Russian River Flood Control District. It appears that using this cannabis business tax revenue for water supply reliability projects may be moot at this point in the discussion today. I was prepared to describe some of the details of funding requirements that we're currently involved in. I'm not sure if that's what you really want me to do at this point in time, or if you wish that discussion to be brought up at a meeting in the near future. I will say that I was very strongly supporting the use of this business tax, the cannabis business tax revenue, for the kinds of projects that are already underway. Certainly not suggesting that the water agency should not be funded using these monies, but saying that there are some very real urgent local water supply security efforts currently underway that require immediate funding. And I can detail those if you'd like, or wait until there's a better venue to do that. I will leave that up to you, and just want to thank you for the time today, and hope that we can move forward on some of these potential funding or ways to fund some of these really urgent water supply concerns. Thank you.
Next on the line is Ron Edwards, followed by Michael Katz.
Good afternoon again, board. I think this discussion is very good and I think informative to the public because the cannabis program has been looking at sucking, and this actually shows that how the cannabis department and the cannabis cultivators are actually contributing to the county. I think that when you are looking at how this money is allocated to show that in code enforcement, X dollars are going to this. Road dollars are this, and that way the public would exactly know where their cannabis tax dollars are going. And it's also very interesting that when this discussion comes up again, that we remember the report about how little water cannabis actually uses, and now we're using these techniques to save water in the cannabis industry and looking at pulling $1 million of cannabis tax money to go prop up and help the county find water solutions. So that cannabis isn't just taking water, cannabis is actually contributing back to some of the problems in the county. And I hope that when we are, again, allocating these dollars, we make clear to the public that this is where these dollars came from. Thank you very much for bringing this subject up.
Last on the line is Michael Katz.
Good afternoon, board. It's Michael Katz, Executive Director for the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. Thank you for discussing this item outside of the consent calendar. We definitely continue to recommend that items like this related to cannabis and that require large conversations be added to actual agenda items. And I understand the conversation today has been very informative. Understanding that the majority of cannabis taxes are required to be spent in those 4 areas, which means that there's a 50%, 51% is the requirement. My understanding is also, I don't know if there's actually a mechanism to actually track how the funds that come in from the cannabis program are spent. I know that they go into the general fund. Unless there's some sort of a separate accounting or capturing of those funds in the books and identifying how those monies are distributed, I wonder how would it be identified exactly where those funds are going and what funding would be available left for other uses. But in general, we recommend that the county work with local cannabis stakeholders to develop revisions to the local cannabis tax ordinance. We have come across these issues before, finding that this ordinance is a little bit limited, and we think that there's opportunities to work together to create additional flexibility, both from a collections perspective and from a use perspective. And we certainly would like to engage in that process. And as Ron said, important to realize the important input and impact that these cannabis taxes do have on the benefit of this community. So again, encourage you to work with NCA and the other cannabis trade associations locally to develop changes to the county cannabis taxes. And as far as the water agency, we certainly appreciate the work being done by the Drought Task Force to approach different funding mechanisms. And we support certainly all the efforts being taken in that arena. Thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to working with you on revising the cannabis tax code in the future.
That concludes public comment.
Okay, so with that, I'd like to see that we'll have the two ad hoc committees pursue implementing the discussion that we had today. And I believe the last consent calendar item that we had for this afternoon, we had tremendous public input or significant public input on item 4X, and it had to do with a coastal development permit for PG&E to remove 389 trees in California Department of Parks and Recreation properties along the Mendocino coast. And I'm hoping that planning and building can join our discussion. I think there were questions about the scale, scope of the project, visual impacts of the loss of these trees. We all know that there needs to be safety around the power lines, but there's certainly some community concern about the extent of this tree removal project. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I think it's also appropriate, given the significant impact on the coastal areas, that they notify the Coastal Commission. As I understand, that hasn't happened. So not necessarily against it. I'd love to see the plan and review it. There wasn't enough attached for me to support this item today. I was thinking maybe we could send it to the PG&E Vegetation Management ad hoc of McGordy Williams.
Okay. I see hands raised, clerk of the board, as well as see Julia Krog from Planning and Building. Maybe Julia, you could address the board first.
Sure, thank you. So Julia Krog, Assistant Director, and I listened to the discussion this morning on this item, and so I heard that the board had been desire to see the multi-region habitat conservation plan that PG&E has. So I sent a few copies of what I have from the applicant over to clerk of the board, and then also provided to clerk of the board a letter from the executive director of the California Coastal Commission regarding PG&E vegetation management projects overall within California, not Mendocino County specifically. So those are attachments 23 to 25 on this agenda item. And then in terms of other comments, I realize now that the agenda title could have been clearer for this item and should have identified how many trees were being removed versus those that were just being trimmed or any sort of brush removal. So while the agenda title lists 389 trees or brush as being removed, it's actually only 52 trees being removed, and it's sort of embedded down in the summary of the request in the agenda summary, where it talks about that there is also vegetation trimming activities. So for the board, I want to let you know that the largest tree being removed is a single tree at the Manchester State Park, which is 31 inches in diameter at breast height, and all other trees being removed, the other 51 trees, are less than 11 inches in diameter at breast height. The applicant also provided to our office evidence from the California State Parks that they had reviewed the project and expressed no concern with the vegetation management activities. And then lastly, I just heard Supervisor Williams mention that the Coastal Commission needed to be notified. And I do want to note that the Coastal Commission was notified within the required 3 days after this permit was issued, which is what is required by Mendocino County Code. And this item is really being provided to the board as an informational item today because per Mendocino County Code section 20.536.055G3, the decision to issue an emergency permit is solely the discretion of the Planning and Building Services Director. And then we are required to report the issuance to the Coastal Commission within 3 days. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Julia. I see a hand raised in the clerk of the board's office.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe Ms. Acker just covered, or sorry, Ms. Krog just covered the key point I wanted to make, which is just procedurally, this is on for an information update. This is about a permit that was issued, and I actually believe, if I understand correctly, has already expired. So any work that's done should have been completed. To the extent that the board is interested in taking any action related to this, you can certainly ask questions, and if you want to refer for any sort of follow-up or consideration, that's possible. But I don't believe there's any sort of approval or action that is contemplated as part of this item.
Supervisor Williams?
So, I mean, it creates a problem. I don't want to go through this again. The public is, some members of the public are irate about the PG&E tree cutting. When I've looked at it, some areas, it just looks ridiculous. And, our state reps are aware, but seem powerless. If there's large scale tree removal, I think it would be best that it come before the board. And best if the related documents are attached at the proper noticing time so the public has a chance to review. And in the end, maybe we approve it. But, it's weird now to talk about after the fact what's already happened. And I mentioned we probably have some public expression to this effect. So I don't want to support the item. And if it's already happened, it's happened, but I can't vote in favor of it. It's really bad communication between PG&E and the public.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on this agenda item besides the emails we received?
We have one person signed up for public comment, but they're not on the line, and we have 4 voicemails.
4 voicemails. Okay.
I will be playing them now.
Hi, this is Naomi Wagner, and I'm calling about item 4X on tomorrow's agenda. I would ask the supervisors to please pull this item about PG&E plans to their report on their plans to cut 389 trees in our state parks. I'd ask you to pull that from the consent agenda. It is not a consent or in any way an item that the public does not need to comment on. And in fact, there is a huge amount of reason to object to PG&E's plans to wholesale cut down these trees without any EIR whatsoever. So I would ask the supervisors to require at least the equivalent of an independent environmental impact review, and also to consider to ask PG&E to estimate the cost of putting the power lines underground and make a comparison. Thank you.
Hello, this is Madge Strong, and I'm commenting on item 4X on the consent calendar. I'm concerned that removing 389 trees from a number of our very beautiful coastal state parks is being done without really adequate consideration. Some of PG&E's tree removals have been just nightmares, and I don't think this should be done on consent calendar, and I don't know if it should be done at all, but certainly should not be done without adequate public review of all of these state parks that are directly affected. So I hope you'll pull that item and agendize it so the public can find out what's really going on and avoid some of the massacres of really beautiful trees in our parks. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Irene Malone. I'm calling about consent item 4X. And I would like to encourage the supervisors not to approve 4X agenda item on the consent calendar. Please think about it for a while, place it on a future calendar as an action item so that the public can be involved in discussion and comment making on the removal of 389 trees on public land. Thank you. Yeah.
This is Larry Stephen Day, Leggett, and I want to express opposition and request removal of item 4X from the consent calendar and ask that you schedule that for regular agenda item with public input as soon as possible. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
I've got a question maybe for county council or maybe for Julia. So this is in a report that's being made public of action that was already taken by the coastal permit administrator for a coastal development permit that was issued sometime in the past for removal of 389 trees, even though the heading says that on the agenda. It was actually 51 trees, one that was 31 inch in diameter, the others were 11 inches or less. And then there was brush that was cleared. And there's a protocol, it sounds like the county has, that when these permits are issued by the coastal administrator, permit administrator, that there's some sort of public disclosure of that information. And I guess that's how we got to this point of this item being a report to be accepted by the board. I'm just curious, either maybe if you can answer this or if county council can answer this. Could the same information be recorded, duly noted, along with correspondence received by a clerk of the board? We often get letters of state agencies that take action on items that we have no authority over, no power to vote up or down on, and it's just recorded as correspondence received. Could we achieve the same thing by having it show up as correspondence received, let's say at the next meeting, rather than having the board cast a vote, which really has no meaning because we're just accepting a report of something that took place in the past?
So I can respond at least from a department perspective, and I'm not sure if council will have additional comments on this, but certainly when we provide notice to the California Coastal Commission within the 3 days after we issue an emergency permit, we can make it our department practice to also provide a copy of that letter and the authorization to the Board of Supervisors as correspondence. And then we would be still following up with scheduling this item as a consent calendar item as informational, as that's what's required by the county code.
And Mr. Chair, I'm just looking at the ordinance that the board adopted, and it does appear that there has to be a report made in writing to the board. It doesn't particularly say whether that needs to be agendized. I don't see any requirement for any action by the board. It may be possible to consolidate that with something, either something in inclusion in the CEO's report or something akin to the CEO's report, or inclusion under correspondence, if that's what the board would prefer. What I might do is if the board has a preference in that direction, I might see if I could work with clerk of the board with planning and building and just find what sort of makes the most sense as for the mechanism for providing the informational update. But as structured, the director is required to make a written report for any emergency permit issued to the board in writing.
Supervisor Hashak?
Thank you, Chair Judy. I think you're right on with this analysis of, we can't do anything about it. And so, it created stirred people up to think about this going on. So I think that if we did put it somewhere where it's clearly just informational, it's like correspondence that we can't do anything about, that would be better. But I'm looking at, the the staff report on this, and okay, so the emergency permit was issued on September 24th, and it was void 60 days after, so it's already void. So prior to expiration of the emergency permit, the applicant is required to submit a standard coastal development permit application for the work authorized by the permit. So with the work being authorized to do the 379 trees or whatever, and they cut 52 or whatever, then has the applicant submitted a coastal development permit to continue cutting?
Thank you for that question through the chair, Julia Krog. And what is required is filing a standard coastal development permit as a follow-up for it to essentially authorize the activities that were conducted under the emergency permit, but may also require that additional mitigations or something like that happen as a result of that coastal development permit being processed. The applicant's PG&E has not yet filed their required follow-up coastal development permit for this particular project. But I think that's partially because we have been in discussions with the California Coastal Commission, and they've been in discussions with Pacific Gas and Electric about possibly doing a more programmatic approach to their vegetation management activities. So rather than looking at them on these individual blocks of areas of work, looking at their vegetation management activities holistically and providing a permit that essentially covers all lines within the coastal zone area of our county and perhaps even other counties or other coastal jurisdictions as well.
So it said prior to expiration of the emergency permit, they're supposed to file that coastal development permit. So they didn't do that. So is that a problem or what?
Well, I will say this is not uncommon that we've seen in our county, and really what I can do is work with our code enforcement division, and all we can do is to send letters to Pacific Gas and Electric requesting that they please file the required coastal development permit. Like I said, I believe though that these ones have been delayed in being filed because there has been this more overarching conversation about possibly programmatic coastal development permits to authorize this work, including work that had been authorized under emergency permits by the county. And so the board is aware this is not the only emergency permit that has been issued to Pacific Gas and Electric for vegetation management activities. I believe the board has reviewed or has seen 3 others on your agendas since the beginning of the summertime.
Okay, thank you. I hope that PG&E follows the rules like other people have to. And I guess my last question is, for the ad hoc committee dealing with the PG&E cutting, when are you coming back with some kind of recommendation? Because each day that goes by is days that they're doing these cuts. And it seems like, with winter coming at some point, that there's not the mitigation put in place or anything, to help the environment. It's a free-for-all out there for them. So I hope that there's a report coming back soon or a recommendation.
Supervisor McGordy?
Well, I think we're still gathering information. It's really hard to figure out how to take this on, because what we're finding is that PG&E has pretty extraordinary powers to do what they're doing, and they seem to be exempt under emergency status from a lot of the laws that everybody else would have to follow. So I'm going to be going to RCRC, and I plan on having a conversation with Diane Dillon, who's the supervisor from Napa County, who's been deeply involved in this, and see what's happening on a statewide level to address this. So hopefully soon.
Thank you.
Okay. Maybe back to County Council or Julia. We have received this report. We've heard it, certainly. And are we required to vote to accept it? But some people will interpret it as voting to endorse, even though that's not the case, versus simply receiving and file like many other correspondence that are received by the board.
Mr. Chair, no action is required on this item.
Okay. So my preference, we just not take action and we've received and filed, and the public certainly become aware of this permit that was issued back in September. Okay, great. I think I'm looking at the clerk of the board. Have we handled all of the consent calendar items at this point?
Yes, we have.
Okay, so I think the final item on today's agenda is the supervisor's reports. Are there any supervisor reports? Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I'll start it off with, some of us attended the California State Association of Counties last week, and our very own CEO, Carmel Angelo, received the President's Award for Excellence for County Staff. The one person that was recognized out of the whole state, 58 counties. So that's a great honor for what CEO Angelo does for not only Mendocino County, but also the state level activities. And our very own Director of Transportation, Howard DeShiel, was elected president of the California Counties Engineer Association. So an honor for him, and certainly some of us participated in that ceremony. That was very good to see and well recognized. Ed Valenzuela from Siskiyou County, rural county, was elected president of CSAC. And there was lots of talk about the broadband, $65 billion in the infrastructure bill going to broadband activities to, get rid of the digital divide and the exclusionary areas where people like in Mendocino County don't have access to broadband, and what we're trying to do with that, create some digital equity. There was a lot of discussion about updating the Brown Act and the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, discussion of hybrid approaches, which are very popular. And so there was also talk in that forum about decorum, civility, and safety while prompting greater participation in meetings and people's right to free speech. So I think we're all concerned about that, and we're trying to find the path forward in this time of COVID, the pandemic, trying to open up and yet and make sure that people have their free speech opportunities, keep the democratic process going. And that's about it. Thanks.
Thanks. Supervisor McGordy.
So just a quick note to the board. I want Mendocino County to apply for a grant from the California Fire Safe Council to look at having county staff help us with a group of people that include the Mendocino County Fire Safe Council and LACO Associates and West Company, and it may require staff time. And unbeknownst to me, it requires board approval, but it couldn't be agendized for today. So we may need a special meeting to accomplish this because the deadline is coming up really fast, like the 15th of December. So I'll be working with staff to figure out when maybe we can do that, possibly Friday of this week. And I apologize, but being a rookie, not knowing how you do things, I should have brought this up last week and gotten it on the agenda.
Well, thank you for being on top of these funding opportunities, Supervisor McGordy. Just briefly, at yesterday's Mendocino Council of Governments meeting, that's our countywide transportation planning agency, Supervisor Hashak and I are your representatives. We've continued to explore the possibility of bringing in additional consumer and business rebates for energy retrofits, as I think you mentioned earlier today during our energy audit discussion. And so the Mendocino Council Governments Board, which consists of supervisors and city council members on behalf of the cities in the county, is sending off a letter asking to be added to a grant application that's prepared by Humboldt County's equivalent of Sonoma Clean Power for a rural California program. And so this particular program needs to be multiple counties. So by Mendocino joining Humboldt and other rural counties, we're we're eligible for the funds. So anyway, so we might put together a quick letter from the county itself to support that request and that grant application by Humboldt County's equivalent of Semi Clean Power. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yesterday at the LAFCO meeting, Uma Himman announced that the Board of Equalization did in fact accept all the documentation to move forward with the Ukiah Valley Fire Authority's annexation. So I just want to thank the board and the team at the county for working so quickly to get that to move forward. And my written report from the CSAC meetings will be online tonight. And I just wanted to remind the public that I am available every Thursday morning from 7:15 to 7:45 on Zoom. I host a regular meeting I call Coffee and Conversation if they have questions or want to discuss anything with me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Mulhern. Is there anybody in the clerk of board chamber that would like to add anything?
Chair Jurdy, thank you. This is CEO Angelo. I think that in response to Supervisor McGordy's item about this grant, I think, first of all, I appreciate Supervisor McGordy working to try to get this grant done. I think, though, that if there, what Supervisor McGordy said is there may need to be a special meeting. So I don't want this to, I think the board, we need to talk about this because one is that if there's going to be a special meeting, then it has to be within the next couple days because the board has to direct that we move forward on this grant, and then the grant has to be reviewed by county staff, and then the item would have to be approved. So I believe that the grant could come back on December 14th for approval, but if we're going to do a special meeting, that has to be done soon. I know that Howard Dashiell has been involved with this with Supervisor McGordy. I know he's on. I think he may have some comments, and then also Darcy Antle. And again, I want to say that, we are attempting to support this project and support Supervisor McGordy. We have a timeline that it may or may not be able to be made. So I would like us not to just move past this. I'd like there to be some discussion with this, please. So if you wouldn't mind, Chair Jurdy, I'd like to call on Howard Dashiell to comment as well, please.
Okay, could you clarify if we were to schedule a meeting by the end of this week, that's still possible according to the public noticing? So we could.
Well, I don't know if.
If I could jump in briefly. So, Mr. Chair, the requirement for notice for a special meeting is 24 hours. So as long as you provide written notice 24 hours in advance of the meeting, you're all right to schedule it. You will need to give staff time. Like you wouldn't, for example, be able to schedule 24 hours from right now because staff would need some time to put the materials together and then to publish the notice. But the time frame for the special meeting is shorter than for a regular meeting.
So we could theoretically schedule a meeting for Thursday or Friday of this week.
So Chair Jurdy, the other thing is that the staff currently is preparing and will be publishing on Thursday for the final board meeting on Tuesday the 14th. So this is a crunch that may or may not be possible, which is why I didn't want us just to go past this. I didn't want Supervisor McGordy to come to us and that we still don't have board authority. This will take staff time. I appreciate the community partners that Supervisor McGordy has been working with that are willing to put this together. Also, that should we apply for this grant and get the grant, then one point that I think is key and needs to be made to the community partners that are working with us is that I believe there has to be an RFP process. I don't think that we could just do a sole source on this grant. So, this is a government grant. It's a little more complicated than just writing something and submitting it. So I think if we are going to do a special meeting, the challenge is that the clerk staff have to publish, and they're working on the 14th, plus they're also executing records from this meeting today. So if we did the special meeting on Friday, the challenge there is that county staff have to review this. The county has to submit the grant. That's the issue. If the community could just submit the grant, it wouldn't be a problem. County staff is not going to submit a grant that they haven't reviewed and that we don't know that the information is accurate. And I will say that there are many times that we have our community partners that we work with who will write a grant, but they don't finish it in the way that we need to have it finished before we could submit it. So our challenge is trying to schedule the special meeting at the same time that the clerk staff is working on this meeting and the 14th. And then if we do that special meeting on Friday, will the Department of Finance team, will they have enough time to review it so it gets in on the 15th? And then what goes in on the 14th may or may not be the final grant to this board for approval. So you can see that and understand our concern with this. So if I can, I really would like to ask Howard to comment because he's been working on this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Director DeShield.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Howard DeShield, your Director of Transportation. So, you know, I basically had an email exchange over some ideas for evacuation route in the East Hills of Ukiah. And I think the discussion was kind of implied that it would be something like what we're doing on the prototype project in Brook Trails. It would appear that there's a series of resource roads, ranch roads that could be tied together between Stanford Ranch Road and Redemeyer Road to kind of give some additional circulation in an emergency to Vichy Springs subdivision, El Dorado subdivision, Deerwood subdivision. And, you know, I think the idea is that this grant money would possibly pay for some of the planning, even execution. The grant is limited, I think, at $380,000. And I think probably the project could use all that up if we tried to go all the way to the end. But like CEO Angelo just stated, I'm concerned about the details. Everyone knows me, knows I look at grants as to what the requirements are. If you're not successful, if you can't complete the scope that you submit, do they forgive on that? I would like to have more of those kinds of details. And I, like the CEO Angelo stated, I'm happy to have the community partners, the Fire Safe Council, West Company help us, but they would have to do a lot of the work, and then we would have to review it rather quickly. It's due the 15th of December. So I don't have a lot of detail other than I know it's about 3 miles of emergency road. The project we're doing in Brook Trails right now is 4.3 miles of emergency road, and I think it's going to require at least the same level of effort, setting up a zone of benefit and CSA3 that, there's a lot of work, and it would be nice to have the grant money, but it is kind of, last minute. So those are my comments, and I'll entertain questions.
Supervisor McGorty, do you have any questions or comments?
No, I realized the crunch time, and the problem sometimes is finding grant opportunities and then not having enough time to execute. So I think offline I'll have a conversation with CEO Angelo, and we'll figure out if this is feasible for us to continue or not. I understand the craziness of timelines that we have to finish things. A lot of the grants already been written, but it still needs the county's active participation. And it's, in fairness to the county, they have to have time to be able to mentally process everything that they're receiving in order to participate.
Chair Jurdy, if I can jump in again, this is CEO Angelo. I think something that could really help this whole situation, that could allow us to have the time to thoughtfully work through a grant and make sure that we're turning in a product that we could be successful, would be if we could get an extension. And I know that my office has not been involved with this, so I'm not certain who it would be that we could call. But Supervisor McGorty, I am more than willing to make the call to whoever it is, whether it's CAL FIRE, whether it's someone at the state, I don't know, but I'm more than willing to make the call and ask even for a 1-week extension, even if we could just have a little more time, that would be really helpful. So I don't know if that would be the solution here, because again, we have really good staff. We particularly, not only Howard will write his grants himself, and he's excellent at that, but our disaster recovery team is really good at applying for money and getting that money. But they also know the amount of work it takes to not only apply for that grant, but to manage it afterwards. But I'm more than willing to make that phone call myself, put my name on it, and ask for an extension, Supervisor McGorty, if you think that's possible and you know who that is that I should call. Thank you.
Okay, well, as I said, we can take this conversation offline. I don't want to tie up the board anymore. And it again, it's just part of the process of understanding how grants work, and I'm learning. Okay, so I'm still a rookie on some of these things. I was an old hand at University of California grant writing and knew our deadlines, and they have some real definite requirements there that we needed at least a week working time to submit a completed grant to the Office of Contracting Grants, and we probably need to, and perhaps we do have some policies already in place in the county, but this would be useful for us so that we know what it takes to put a grant together, because we will have community partners, and it's really clear, especially as we work with the drought task force ad hoc, grants are increasingly important for us to get projects done in our county, because we just don't have enough tax base to pay for things. So.
Okay, well, thanks for bringing that up, and hopefully there's a way to pursue the project one way or the other. Okay, if there are no other reports at this time, I think we're adjourned for today's meeting.
We do have one public comment.
All right, we're going to go ahead and play the public comment. On the line, we have Ron Edwards.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and skip my comments. Thank you very much.
Meeting adjourned.